Alright, welcome to the stream. Or the episode or whatever, in case you watch this later on. So, I'm still kind of all jumbled up there. I took a nap and, well, I didn't really have time to prepare for all of this. So, I seem to remember what happened last time, though. Last time out, we did 2 matches, I think. The one against Persia and this horrible circumstance against Putra. The one including Persia went pretty well, I would argue. We deserved to win this one. Overall, I think expected goals. Should probably tell that story. Yeah, well, it was a low-grade chances match anyway. But given the fact that we faced Persia, getting them down to 0.2 expected goals is pretty damn good. So I won't complain about that. That went well. The other match was against Putra. This was a cup game. And well, it did not go the way I wanted to. That said, we switched from trying to defend in the first half to outright attacking football in the second half, and apparently that worked pretty well against them. Given that we came back from being 3 goals down and managed to labor to a draw. So now we are still behind in aggregate because away goal rules. On the other hand, we will play them at home at, at their place. So away for us. Which means we just need to score more than 3 goals and then we're golden. More or less. That's it. There's barely any reason for concern. We just need to score 3 additional goals. No big problem. Or, well, preferably more, obviously. We need to win. Basically. So as long as we win, we're fine. Easy. And in between, we will have the match against Persita. Persita are sitting in 9th spot in the league right now, and, well, I barely know anything about them, other than they will probably be hard to beat in between, given that we just managed to exhaust basically the entire player base. Well, whoever was available should be pretty damn exhausted now. Maybe with the exception of Sukip, though. That actually might be a positive. He's 1 yellow card away from a suspension, though, so, yeah. Also not ideal circumstances. Same as Steinke and Haryanto and Halim. Also in Biri. So in case we want to really fuck this up, we just need to play them all, and then every single one of them will get a yellow card, and then we will play the youth team in the cup match or something. We'll see. There's also one other thing that went pretty badly. There's one. I certainly came to appreciate Zico's recent performances, given that these 2 were pretty damn fine. In particular, the one here with the goal scored and the assist. So I thought to myself, well, he might play. Yeah, well, he might until he injures himself. And that's the big thing with Zico. He's susceptible to injury. And, well, with sprained knee ligaments, he might make it back until the end of the season. I wouldn't necessarily rely on him anymore, though. So, his times as an inverted winger for PSIS Senarang are probably more or less over. Let's have a look. So, we expect him to take another 2 months, more or less, to come back. That means in January. End of January, realistically. He might be a little bit sooner, but not really sharp and all. So he would be available for maybe, I don't know, 5 to 10 matches, depends a little bit. Most likely, it will be 5. And seen from that perspective, he barely has a chance to make an impact anymore. There's other people in the club right now, though, that might get some playing time for some reason. If I want it or not. Also, we found somebody else that can injure themselves pretty damn good. This guy, Iqbal Saragi. The thing with Saragi is, in comparison to Itziko, he's more destined to be on the left, given that he's strictly right-footed and, well, he's not that pacey, but he's somewhat technically and mentally gifted. In particular, his set-piece taking. That's not too bad. And given that we direly need a decent set-piece taker, I thought to myself we might sign him. So, in about 4 days, he will join. Right after the match that we will go do now. Yeah, but overall, that's the only signing done for now. We had some contract talks with some of the other players. I think that's all settled. And now we need to find out how we'll deal with the overall situation. At least morale seems pretty damn high, given that we just labored to a draw. And what a bad one. Like, I really hated the defending. What? Kogoya wants to play more. Well, I would have played him anyway. That or... What did we promise? We promised squad player. Okay. I think we will go. He hasn't shown the level of ability needed to play. And maybe he gets recalled and then I will be annoyed. But we can always find another central defender. Like, somebody. Probably not take our infantry though, because he's injured himself too out on loan and I will not do anything about that. Alright. Doesn't care. He's unhappy with the amount of playing time. Well, we always obviously have the option to just play Celestia. Or the other guy, Fawzi. Given the trait and the personality, I think Celestio is the most likely choice here. But this is just fourth option, really. This is not the one. Here, Siahan. This is probably the one that will play first. Despite his unambitious nature. On the other hand, there's so much to like about him. Like, being inconsistent, slow, and with wayward passing. So, not sure. Might as well play somebody else. He does show potential there. And, well, not much to say about Harianto and Halim, I think. Maybe there is some stuff to say about their recent defensive performance, but... Wow, Simon Owen, 6.1, really? 6.1. I think we'll find him 1 day's wages for that one. Is there anyone else that played on that level? Ariane on a 6.8. 6.2 for Michael Steinke. Perfect. You can have at least an official warning. And then we're getting into the I scored territory, right? Yeah. Sadly, I cannot give them bonus wages for scoring. Well, they have them in their contract, don't they? Siahan apparently had a really shitty game, but that was prior to this one. Hermavan 6.6 and Isha 8.20. Sure, I recall. We played him as a Shadow Striker. And he scored. Also, 17 out of 17 passes as a Shadow Striker. Not complaining about that. That's pretty damn great. I'll go with the gold scored though. We had so many scenes in the last match that could have turned this match around, or I don't know, we could have avoided conceding at all. He deserves his fine. Yeah, I think so too. Also, this saves the club some direly needed money because we are 129 euros in the red this month. This is horrible and cannot stand. I don't know. Doesn't matter much. So Crypto on free... What? So Crypto's on 3 yellow cards. Did he manage to get a yellow card in every single match in the cup? So, given that the bans are done separately, we don't care if he gets banned in the league. Because he will not play in the cup anyway. We might as well play him. This is fantastic. So that makes squad selection a bit easier. Perfect. Sure. Alright, this is a scouting report for Persita. Well, let's have a look at this. This should be a close contest, so... Given that they are 9th in the league, I want us to win this. This Samardi guy seems reasonably fast, but also a really shitty finisher. That might help a little bit. Also, really low dribbling. So we need to be aware of long balls in this situation. Molana. That looks dangerous. Oh, that's this guy. I recall him. I remember... Yeah, so more or less some of these have technical issues, one way or another. But pace probably not a problem. And we need to shut these two down. He's a decent passer, not too bad. He's a decent passer. This is a reasonable setup overall. I cannot see any major weaknesses so far. He can jump actually. He's damn slow though. He's faster, but he can't jump. Okay, so yeah. To set this up in a perfect manner, we would need to have the jumper with Mustafa. So that's probably Jorge Cesar. Or might as well be the other one, Isha. And the fast one with Pribadi. Because if our Shadow Striker, a pacey version, is paired with him, he can probably run away from Pribadi most of the times. So... I'm actually considering playing an attacking formation this time. It's a home game. They are damn fast anyway. And I just think we might stand a chance to overwhelm them. For whatever reason. But first of all, let's see what's available in terms of playing material for us. Because, well, most of them might be damn tired. I'm also really excited for this guy. I know, highly susceptible to injury, so we will need to play him for not that extended amounts of time. But on the other hand, I think he will be able to contribute either as a replacement for the Shadow Striker or as a replacement for the left winger, in case Ferdiantia doesn't cut it. And well, there's a lot of reason to believe that Ferdiantia doesn't cut it from time to time. Like, I'm okay with his performances so far, but it's strictly okay. This might seem weird, given his development and all. But there is a lack of consistency here. Apparently Ferdiantia enjoys big matches all of a sudden. Not sure if I was aware of that. He also fits in the secondary group, despite being fairly professional for some reason. So not sure what's going on there. What's the primary group in our case? Please tell me it's not a balanced one. But where is it? Dynamics here. Social groups. As it says. Yeah, the primary group is with similar. Okay. They founded a secondary group that are fairly professional. And these up here have similar levels of professionalism. Owen being professional, Imbiri being spirited, Arianto being spirited, Irmavan being balanced for some reason, Moody being, well, a model citizen, as we know, Abdullah being fairly pro, Fawzi and Wahab are spirited and fairly pro. No, he's fairly determined. Not sure what he's doing here. And then Sukipto himself is spirited. So this should be middle of the road professionalism with the exception of Simon Owen. So, I don't know, for our squad, middle of the road professionalism, so fairly pro more or less. But this is also fairly professional, so not sure what's going on there. And then we have some balanced players and others. I don't very much about Pogoya, but Hosha Serza being out of any social groups is bad. That doesn't work well. On the other hand, as long as he scores, who cares? And well, he might turn to be a little bit more professional, turn out to be a little bit more professional in the future. Maybe he has another 8 years with us, who knows? We'll play him as a technically gifted, static, whatever. Ari has a bruised knee now. Cool. We'll leave him to the physio and hope for the best. I wanted to loan him out anyway. Maybe, just maybe, interest picks up. I don't know, maybe we'll play him in the... Nah, we won't. Forget it. Maybe we will be forced to play him somewhere. Alright. It's Friday. We will wait until Saturday with commenting on the training. I don't know when the decrease and like that decrease over time in morale happens. But I'd rather not find out that I can boost all of them to perfect morale and then they will go back down again on Saturday. So we'll not do that. Yeah, so some of them declined. It's not bad. So I think we'll go through the squad now. Ari didn't train, so not much to say. Let's skip him. Arianto's training rating is fine, 7.5. He did get some technique. I would want him to have some dribbling though. But I don't know. Who am I to determine what he should do? Very happy, very professional attitude, cool beans. That's it. Did the focus provide anything at all in terms of dribbling so far? Okay. Yeah, well, it might have gone up a little bit. I'm not sure if we focused on dribbling all the time, though. And to be fair, these two are somewhat intertwined in being really bad. There's also one other thing that we can do. We can train his long throws, which are shitty too. They did go up, though. And, well, he needs those. Ballsy. No progress in training. We'll criticize this. I'll go with the lack of development here. For the Ansia. I think this speaks for itself. He was in perfect mood anyway. Halim, I'm not really excited by this. Progress has been lackluster too. And he does play. Like, all the damn time. So in recent months, he definitely didn't go up. Cool. This is the perfect plot. Thank you very much, Football Manager. I think I will criticize the training, actually. And to be precise, his development. Yeah. Arianto is probably similar. Looking at this isn't really great, is it? We go towards central defender, there's barely anything here. We'll move on. Training rating is okay. There's no real progress to speak of, though, is there? It's too short, also, for him to progress much. Well, in particular, the anticipation going down, that's not good. Some of the rest went up, but this, I'm not really very disappointed, but I think we can go with that. On the other hand, he did train well. 7.6 is fine. So we'll go with that for now. In theory, is it really needed to talk to him? Yes, it is. Training performance has been fine. He just needs to score. I think he had 6 shots last time out. 3 on target, none of them in. 25 out of 26 passes, though. Before being replaced in the match against Barito Putra. And then Isha came on and he did what was needed. That said, the attribute-wise, Imbiri is the better player. No doubt about that. This, though, consistency is really low. Sadly. Isha trains them well. He played well. There will not be complaints about Isha. Not this time out. His Conjur's training rating is also damn good. Not bad. Karif, I'd argue he doesn't develop. That's the biggest concern here, is it? Well, never mind. I will take that back. He does develop as a goalkeeper. His physical attributes went down, I don't care. Because, well, for a goalkeeper that's not really needed. Even though strength lowering below 2 is probably a little bit of a thing. And the attributes that did go up, and primarily the throwing. Does he focus on throwing and kicking? Sure he does. So maybe there won't be that much development in him after all, prior to playing on the first team. On the other hand, I still want his personality to change, so who cares? Let's just keep him alongside the rest of the squad. Kogoya. He's pissed about his training. Not about his training, about his time on the pitch anyway. That said, this guy seems to develop a little bit. So, might be a reason to play him now. In fact, let's probably do that. Well, not sure which one needs the rest. Well, I am. Arianto's under heavy load for some reason, so we can play Kagoya here. But that implies that we would need to get his morale up a little bit. Oh yeah. He's slightly concerned about his playing time. So, given that this happened, we cannot boost his morale above 50%. I'm not sure. These 20-year-olds are hard to come by. Not sure if we can replace him. But it's just a loan. So we're not stuck with him if we don't want him here. This is very good, Mr. Morgan Moody, as always. There you go with your perfect morale. Nugro, can't comment on it, but this is fine. The off-the-ball movement's shit too. Simon Owen, we did comment on Simon Owen's. Well, we did give him an official comment in the form of a fine. This case, though, we can just recommend the way he trains to the rest of the squad, I guess. Ramadan. So this is starting to look like we should really play him at one point, or loan him out. He does dictate tempo. Be part of a mentoring group, Ramadan. Yeah, playmakers. And there is significant impact on him, currently. By Diki Tabuni, who does have reasonable personality. I don't like this, but what can you do? Osho Cesar, let me guess, he scored last time out. Twice. Played for the entire match, and, well, attacking football apparently suited him. So, that went well. We will just praise the goal scoring. There you go. Next. Saputro apparently trains well. I don't want to comment on the training all the time. 6.6 rating last time out is not great. So we'll go with the training. Really bad dribbling first touch on technique though. This guy needs major improvement at some point. So Ragi cannot play yet, sadly. He did agree to sign for us last time out though, so we can play him in the cup match if we want to. From the bench most likely. This guy, no reason not to play him other than the lack of consistency. That would be a thing if we wanted to. He didn't play recently. His sharpness is going down. So if we want Setyavan to be able to develop at all, given his age of 25, he needs playing time. And, well, Zico's injury certainly plays into that. So, given the next opponent plays a 4-3-3, maybe we'll do that, actually. Maybe we will give him playing time. Siahan, I just mentioned him. No reason to be pissed or anything, but he'll be on the bench most likely. Steinke. Didn't talk to him yet. His 6.2 rating was really bad. Passing was fine. Like, the passing was alright. Defending, not so much. So we'll start with being annoyed about his defending. He accepts it. And then we will praise his passing in the last match. That was a-okay. If I can find it. There. That should help. So Kipto didn't talk to him about his training rating yet. That's probably alright. Celestio didn't play. And well, his lack of development I think we can criticize. There you go. Tabuni. Let me guess, you're in perfect mood. No, you are not. Well, in that case, here you go. Perfect training rating. Also, didn't he play like... Yeah, he had an assist. Because, well, we played attacking football, and apparently a deep-lying playmaker finally has some options once we play attacking football. So, he played a through ball. I know. It happened. Maybe it's about the tactic after all. Perhaps training rating is... Well, the development is shit, sorry, man. Zico's injured. Might as well talk to him. Abdullah's training rating is perfect. In his case, I think there's not much potential to be had, sadly. Might be wrong about that, but... Well, maybe I didn't play him enough. He made 7 appearances. I thought it was more, actually. But apparently I'm wrong about that. He is a somewhat consistent performer, it seems. There's no notion of that here. And it says here he can be a good League 2 right back in the future. So they barely give him any potential at this point. As a backup member in the squad though, that's still alright. Problem is, he earns too much money for that. That's my problem though. Anshori, well, the training rating is alright. The development? Nah. Yeah, I hope so. Because you will need to play in the next match. And the match after, maybe. And then we're back with Ari. I think this is where we started. Alright. So, looking at morale overall, I think we can be happy with this. Let's go. Looks like this takes a while. We could obviously try to not train them very hard, Ari and Zico, as well as Saragi. That could be a thing. Just put them on light training for the entire time. On the other hand, that probably means that they will, well, it depends. They will not develop much if we do that. Does that matter though? I still didn't deal with the egghead faces. I should have done that a while ago. Well. Who is their left back? Okay. Looking at this is Moody's level in a way. But I think we want to stretch them. Go really wide. So I think we'll put Moody on the bench. And we'll actually bring along... Is it Setyavan? It's Setyavan. I'm always confused with the names, sorry. He is reasonably fast in comparison. This is the defender. If we compare him to Setyavan... Yeah, very different setup, right? We're not entirely sure about the range of his attributes. But if we look at these particular stats, he should be able to beat his men from pace perspective. His mentals are just different. That's fine. And technically, well, he's a good defender, he's a good attacker, so that makes sense. That said, if he doesn't find his way to the tackle, then we can probably run past him. And that's really good for us. I like running past somebody. So he should stand a chance there. This also... So in case he beats his guy here, which might just happen, then this one needs to come out. And he's slow anyway, so this stretches play a little bit more and Iberi has some space to dive into. Oh, Nugro played the under-21 team. Well, then Tabuni will probably need to play, if we do not want to play Ramadan. This will be an interesting time at the club, I think. There's a few shortlisted players nearing the end of their contract. Yeah, well, great. And we have a few players that have expiring contracts. God damn. Okay. Yeah, but this is fine, isn't it? Let's go through these, because, well, why won't we? The concerns with Ari have been voiced extensively, I think, so no need to recapture on that. Infantry has injury concerns, apparently, out on loan. I also have concerns about his personality. He is a consistent performer. I wasn't aware. But whatever, he's too expensive for this. And we have somebody else to play in his positions, I might ask. As a central defender, he doesn't cut it, and as a ball-winning midfielder, he doesn't cut it either. So, whatever. Don't want him around anymore. Zico. No. Setyavan will get his... might get his contract extended if he makes it to 15 games anyway. So no need to renegotiate that. We could, though. On the other hand, he's not entirely sharp right now. That's an understatement. Harianto is not good enough, but... well, he will get his contract extended anyway because we do not get relegated. That will not happen. Siaputra, meh. I have concerns. That said, they pay us a hefty fine for... not a fine. A fee. For being able to field him, so we will just leave him there. And then he can go. Maybe we can actually sell him. That would be an idea. We'll try this. Kornyavan. Same story. For a 20-year-old, this is way too low of a skill level for us, I guess. He does develop in a way, it seems. Yeah, barely. So I'd rather get rid of. Tono is not good enough. Yeah, I think I agree on that. In particular, we don't need anyone there. So we'll offer him to clubs too. Nafi. Well, you could have had some development. You chose not to develop. So maybe somebody else wants to take you in. So Marty, that's one that will definitely go away. I don't know what happened that day to me. I guess I had a look at the personality and I was like, yeah, okay, we might loan him out and then he will develop, or we might play him and then he will develop. Well, it's neither. Yusuf is still a little bit young. There's hardly any development with him though. .45 with Persicom. These are out of any league. I'm divided on the issue. Or torn, whatever. He would be a leading player for most League 3 sides. I think we will delay this decision, I guess. And then Iman Putra. Iman Putra can go, I think. He's one of those that develops, but he's just too old. And, well, too bad. Whatever. He's run out of years and out of skill. Staff contracts to expire. I will not deal with these now. And there's youth contracts. Mr. Agostina. Cool, he's out on loan too. Oh, the others had professional contracts. Yeah, that makes sense. Still, we will try to get rid of. And Gunavan. A balanced defensive midfielder that I do not think we need to keep, given his overall physicals and, well, hell no. Didn't show anything so far. Maybe somebody will offer for all of these players. That would be great. No offers whatsoever. Alright. Sleeping one night apparently had a drain, or had a negative impact on some of these players' mood. I'm actually thinking we could probably play Siahan alongside Kogoya and have Alim on the bench. Not the worst option. Because they are not very tall, if I recall correctly. Yeah, he's got jumping reach 4. He's got jumping reach 3. So our jumping reach 8 or 9 guy is probably... They are still one of the better jumpers in the entire lineup for both clubs. Kogoya as well as Siahan. Weirdly enough. Alright. So that still makes us favorites for a goal after a set piece, and also we should be able to defend our own. No promises, obviously, but I think that should be possible. So Crypto would be keys out of the next match anyway. In Tabuni's case, it's a little bit strange. I think we definitely need him. On the other hand, we really need him in a cup match. So I'll probably put him on the bench. And given that Nogro is not around, well, that means Ramadan needs to be around. Well, more or less preparation for the next match in the league. Reflecting on some of the player stuff. I don't think there's big stuff so far that came up. Other than, well, Tico's injury and the impact it has on the squad, and some of the development came up with some of the players. Some contracts run out. I didn't do anything about all of these contracts so far. We have to look into staff contracts at some point. That's a thing. Yeah. And I thought to myself I would play Setyavan. So I'm starting to determine the lineup right now for the match that we will play in in more than a few minutes, knowing myself. But that's what we're going for. And Tabuni will be rested. I think I want to bring him along though. Moody's under heavy match load, so Moody stays at home. That's it. That determines who comes along. Standings like in where the supporters stand. So supporter base, or are we talking about I don't know how famous the club is? This is probably a misconception on my part, linguistically. The table. Oh, thanks, man. We are fourth in the table. So we will play Persita, who are ninth. They seem to be on similar skill level. That said, they have they're a squad of dwarves basically. At least it looks that way. So the common concept, just play high balls, so what Roger says, might apply. Well, because if we play Halim now, he won't be available against Barito Putra. Gives you heavy match load. So I'd rather play some of the younger players now that might not have the jumping for the bigger matches. But Kogoya complained about his lack of playing time anyway. And, well, I'm okay with playing him in this match, I think. And similarly, Siahen could do with an additional match or two. And his jumping reach is fine given the opposition. And we need to play them at some point. Arianto, for example, is under heavy match load. I'd rather not do that. Let's give him the day off, if we can. And we'll bring along Halim on the bench. So Halim can have another 5 to 10 minutes or whatever, in case it's needed. But, or, I don't know, one of the two will be tired, so we can give Halim half an hour or something. But that's better than playing him for the entire time. Every single game. I need to rotate, basically. Could have phrased it way easier. But I wanted to show you. Yes. Fawzi and Celestia. But Fawzi didn't train well and is in decline. And Celestia is not much better. With a bunch of 17-year-olds, I don't expect much else. They do play in the under-18s though. So maybe we will get them to sharpness at least. Nugro certainly played in the under-21, so he's tired also. I don't think I want to play either of them. And well, Harianto's tired, so I think this is more or less settled. Saputro apparently is also under heavy match load, so I guess we rotate him out. We don't really rely on Saputro, do we? No. We certainly do not. So we'll have Abdullah on the pitch from the get-go. That's probably not bad, he needs some sharpness anyway. And Saputro on the bench. That, or we do not bring along a right defender. Not sure if I want to do that. I'd rather not. First of all, Tsukipto is worse. Like in terms of jumping at least. And they do have dangerous players like this guy. This looks like a Tsukipto target to me. Because, well, 16 points of vision, you know? So I'd rather have Tsukipto nailed to his toes. With the central defenders, I think they just need to be fast. Which To be fair, the two aren't either. Not that fast, but it barely makes a difference in comparison to Halim. I think I want to experiment, to go forward with this experiment. I'm thankful for the input. Not like that, right? And on the attack, I went on about this already. This guy is a bit slow. So if we go past him on the outside, as a winger would do, like Celestian, what's his name? Setyavan, sure. Confusing. Like Setyavan does, we might draw him out, which might in turn draw this guy a little bit out. And if you look at the acceleration and pace, this is a problem for him already. So being faced with Mbiri, Mbiri can probably go into that space that's left by Harahab. And, well, Mustafa, on the other hand, he's a bad jumper. He is somewhat pacey, but a really bad jumper. Mbiri is faster than both of them. So maybe we will try to put Mbiri on his heels, and Mustafa will have to deal with Jorge Cesar. That said, this is a home game, so we'll do something absurd. We'll try to go with attacking. Not sure if that's a good idea, but I want to. In the case of Abdullah, though, we should probably tell him not to cross that much, not to dribble, not to shoot, and probably take fewer risks too, despite being on attack duty. Because, well, he's bad at all of these. I think the argument probably shouldn't be it's a game for Isha to start due to this. Maybe it should be Jorge Cesar needs a break if we want to play him next time. And given that we play attacking football, I somehow agree. So I think we'll do it this way. You're right. Oh. He will not play as a target forward though, not in this formation and not in another. We'll play him as a deep lying forward. He has very creative passing. This is done here. I'd rather for him not to dribble and not to shoot much. There you go. And Mbiri, he's still a bad finisher. Oh, you thought like this. There's also yet another option. Theoretically, we could give playing time to Iskander. He is not a great jumper though, and not very fast either. Yeah, but... So, well, let me argue like this. I think Ferdiancia on the left wing is totally reasonable. On the other hand, if we want to rotate him out too, we have another player that is destined to play on the left wing that could do with some time there. And my biggest concern with starting Isha in Shadow Striker position right now is that he's used to this tactic now and this tactical familiarity. If I rotate this, he forgot how to play Shadow Striker. It didn't show in the last match, but at some point it will. So I'd rather for him to play in a position that he's fond of. And we're already doing attacking here, because I think it might fit. Because I want to increase the supply here. So for the next match, say Isha is paired with this one, Mustafa. Isha is still a better jumper, that's for sure. Let's compare these two for a second. Where's Isha? Not in here, right. Oh, yeah, well, he's a central defender and Isha is a striker, so it's kind of hard to compare them. But I think Isha is weaker than him. That's not really a problem though, is it? Ah, it's 7 points, and his jumping is way higher. So, whatever. I do not expect him to win the headers much, to be honest. I expect him to build up play. Because he also has decent mobility and stuff, so he should be fine with that. And hopefully Imbiri has a good day. That said, you have a point in a way. The left wing does not necessarily need to be Ferdiancia. We could try to play Hermavan, actually. He is in perfect morale. And this is a... Like, if we lose this match, it's not the end of the world. He's fairly consistent, he enjoys big matches. Yeah, you know, we'll do that. We'll bring along Hermavan and we will put him on the pitch. Not as an inverted winger, though. Because if we want our players to develop at some point, we should probably do it in one of the less important league matches. Or not at all. For him to dribble much is really bad. We're looking at risk-taking though. Player passing and technique are lackluster. I think I'll stay with this. How's Ramadan's dribbling? Horrible, great. Dribble less, please. I think so, yes. This is maybe I'm still dreaming. You know, as I stated on the Discord and at the start of the stream, I took a nap prior to this. So yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just, I don't know, somebody else woke up. One of my other personalities is alive right now. Probably shouldn't joke about serious mental illnesses, but whatever. So, Ari is injured. Also, fuck Ari in particular. Moody's under heavy match load. I'd rather for not for him to be injured, otherwise we would need to play Setyavan for the rest of the season, and that's really not good. Zico, nope. Iskander, I have my doubts. Like, insert doubt mean here. To be honest, I think we will probably loan him out. Come to think of it. Yeah, but there's a problem there. And this is, you didn't make that calculation without the Nanda Sukipto playing style. Nanda Sukipto playing style implies that he's banned in the cup match because we had 3 matches in the cup apparently. And he took all 3 of these to get a yellow card. As he does. So now he will be banned in the cup match anyway. So we might as well play him. And I'm sure we will play the cup match, the really important one. That's probably, I think something about that is wrong. Like, I think we made it through more than 3 matches, but it seems like this is aggregated throughout the 2 cup competitions. So, yeah, that's a thing. So Anshori can play next match. There is, though, an argument to be made to leave Saputro at home, because Anshori, if worst comes to it, Anshori can play out here. Like, I do not expect him to perform pretty well, but on the other hand, he can be a replacement there. And Saputro is under heavy match load, so for him to have a guaranteed rest is not a bad idea. Not a bad decision, I would argue. So maybe we can go about it like this. Then we still have somebody to replace Sukipto in defensive midfield in case anything goes wrong. Like, I don't know, he might just get another yellow card, because that's what he does. And then he will be banned in the league too. And Anshari can come on and get some sharpness, why not? The other ones here, we can rotate them in, so that's fine. But let's look through the rest of the squad here. Nugroho is tired due to playing in the under-21s, so he will not play for sure. Solistio and Fawzi are shit. There's no way around it. So I don't think we need them as a replacement, given that we have Halim available. And well, we might just need him. You think so? Like, I know you like the name and stuff, but you're sure about that? I'll compare him to Solistio for a second. Was it in here? Of course not. Oh my god, where's Celestio? This is Celestio. I'm trying to compare Celestio to Celestio. Fawzi was the other one's name. So, Fawzi is more of a midfielder and Celestio is more of a defender, in a way. Not really. Not really. You think he's better than Siahan? Fawzi is better than Siahan. It's this one. No, it's not this one. This is the wrong Siahan. Well, there's only 3 Siahans in the squad, so that's also the wrong Siahan. This is the right one. And, well, you have a point. What the fuck's going on here? That's not a case of you think, that's a case of he is. Seriously? Okay. Okay. You have a point. The star ratings are wrong. That's all there is to it. Did I compare the right Fawzi to him? Yeah. That's just the way it is. You're absolutely right. Fawzi is better. This should... So it should be similar if I compare him to... what was his name? Celestio. Yeah, Siahan's rubbish. I wouldn't say rubbish, but he's not good enough. Why do we pay him 150 per week? I did go with the star ratings, I guess, so that's my bad. So forget about the star ratings, yeah, he's better. Alright. We'll play him. You are correct. I stand corrected. I'm kind of confused about this, really. You can probably tell. Opposition instructions. Let's go. We talked about the squad for long enough. Oh, true. He's left-footed, right? Yeah, he's left-footed. Kogoya, though, is right-footed, so that makes sense. You are correct, sir. We should probably look into this too. Shit, I forgot about that. Towards target forward, shooting less often. Can he dribble? Waka Waka it is. Who knows, he might develop after being played. Steinke's crossing is rubbish too. Dribble less doesn't suit him. Great. So crossing less often. He is going towards target forward. Yeah, well, yes he is, and I think he's the one that argues with officials though. Better personality than unambitious is a bit ambiguous, I think. Because unambitious just implies low ambition. There's some borderline statements about the rest of the hidden attributes, obviously. But many unambitious players come with loyalty and some professionalism. So in case you fix the lack of ambition, sometimes you discover somebody that's fairly professional or something. True. That's obviously that's a primary argument. No, but he's fairly determined, and we have a hard time mentoring him due to this trait. I do not want this on any of the others. So I cannot really mentor him. And seen from that perspective, I think this is dangerous. He came up with the youth squad. So we didn't really sign him in a way. He came through the youth development. I think there's no instruction here to go towards target forward and to cross less often, so that's definitely needed on a Shadow Striker. Shooting less often we will probably not. You wanna take a bet? What he's training? Your chance to take a bet. There you go. Obviously, I'm trying to remove that. But, well. Didn't succeed so far. Target forward, and he goes for target forward. This is fine. In case of Satyavan, taking fewer risks is not a good idea. In fact, taking more risks is fine with him. Sure. For him, shooting less often is probably also not bad, is it? Finishing free, long shots free. I think you should rather retain possession. Don't want you to cross from deep or from the byline, who cares? And we will take off the floated crosses. Now, hear me out. I think both of these players have pretty damn good anticipation. Irmavan doesn't, and Setyavan doesn't, so we'll cross towards the center, I guess. Oh no, we'll still cross towards target forward. Because, well, Isha is still somewhat a target forward, so that works. But I do expect us to stand a chance in counter-attacking situations, sadly through the middle. Well... Also... Where's the width? This needs to go away. We'll go fairly wide instead. It barely matters to the squad. They know this from the defensive formation. Obviously all of this is for next match only, and then I will need to redo all of the personal instructions again. Whatever. It's just the way it is. Alright, let's go through these. I wanted to do opposition instructions. So, I think this is a case of a hard tackle, isn't it? Like, 5 points of dribbling. Low strength. We will trigger the press and tackle him hard. The argument could be made that his composure and bravery are good enough so that hard tackles are not a good idea. Okay. He's also not very susceptible to injury. And we have get stuck in on. So, in this form, attacking philosophy. Mentality is the way to go. Yeah. Mentality is the way I wanted to put it. So, he has a weaker right foot. So we show him onto the right foot. His passing's shit. His dribbling's great though, sadly. So in particular, given the hard tackling, in general, we will ease off tackles with him. I don't really like it, but that's just the way it is. Hopefully, we will force him into doing some passes. That said, he likes to run with the ball, and he knocks the ball past the opponent. Given that dribbling, that's not necessarily a good trait to possess. So we'll trigger the press on him too. Molana. Dribbling's fine. Most of his attributes are fine. He does try killer balls often. He has reasonable passing, reasonable off-the-ball movement. He's reasonably fast. This is dangerous. So... am I decided on this just yet? I think this is Sukipto territory, isn't it? Dear Mr. Sukipto, in this special match, I would want you to mark the attacking midfielder. Welcome to the stream too. And morning everybody, man. Well, to be fair, I was asleep too. Like, an hour and 13 minutes ago. No, an hour and maybe 30 minutes ago. I was still asleep. That nap was very powerful though. It made me capable of talking to other people. Probably not well phrased, but whatever. You get the chest. So my problem with him is we need to close him down. There's no way we can let him drift. On the other hand, Sukipto will probably do that by himself. And given that dribbling and Sukipto's usual demeanor, I think we will probably go with easy enough tackles with him. He also has decent free kicks. I have my doubts that we can shut him down for the entire match. This guy, on the other hand, well, he's reasonably fast. He also wants to be tackled hard. Dribbling's low, bravery is not that high, strength is low. Please tell me he's susceptible to injury. He is not, okay. So we will keep it like this. He has low composure though. Let's get in there. He is right-footed. On the left foot he would need to play a pass more often than not. Vision's low. I guess we could show him to the left foot too. This material here is, well, we can probably not mark him tightly. But who knows? He's not that great as a playmaker, but he's not horrible. That said, we can probably mark him tightly. So maybe, just maybe, we forget about Sukipto on the other guy after all. Let's forget about this. Because it might just be that we shut this down by marking these two out of the game. And he's certainly an easy one to mark tightly. So we can shut him down for sure. In his case though, vastly different situation. He can play those long balls and he's very good at them. For some reason though, his dribbling, his bravery are not that high. It says, yeah, it says here we should trigger the press on him too. Composure's okay-ish. Triggering the press is probably the best that we can do. This one? Really low jumping. Sure, he's out on the wing, so who cares? Not threatening in any way, I think. Crossing 2 to 4 and passing 5. Yeah, but who would do that? That's the thing. We could also go about it like this. Or, you know, trigger the press on him anyway. In fact, triggering the press on him probably doesn't help. So I disagree with the assistant manager here. Because, well, he has the composure. The hard tackling might work, given his low bravery. But the composure's there. So once we close him down, he will just outplay most of those that close him down. So it's more a case of a tight mark. The thing is, tight marking on him with that off-the-ball movement. On the other hand, the off-the-ball movement is just his capability to know where to go. And given his acceleration and pace, we might stand a chance at some point. I'm not really excited by it. Like, I don't know yet. We'll see. It might go horribly wrong. I think we can agree that he's not really threatening. If we face one of these absurd long balls, it's probably that, you know, ends in the back of our net. That's probably due to the fact that their wingers are pretty damn fast. So it has nothing to do with his passing, that's for sure. I don't think we need to mark him tightly. And, well, closing him down is probably also just a thing due to the tactic. I don't want to focus on that. Same here, no tight marking needed. Oh. Him? He has decent passing though, so that's bad. Do we want to face him with... I don't know. So in his case, we should probably mark him tightly. Bravery is low though, dribbling is low. That said, the players up front there are not good at tackling. And we have hard tackling on anyway. We can tackle him hard too. Fuck that, let's go with this. What's the worst that can happen, right? It's just a league game after all. And in his case, passing vision and crossing are a little bit better. I think we close him down and that's it. He does knock the ball past the opponent too. So that makes sense. He plays short, simple passes and, well, he's their build-up player in central defense. Alright. Did I forget anything? Maybe one of them has a weaker foot? Well, most of them do, but really weak? Probably not. And we got this sorted. Alright. We'll do attacking football. We'll see how this goes. Let's go. I could use another 5 hours of sleep. I thought about it, but Isha is really shitty at marking. Like, I could. Let's go to the tactics screen again. Why not? Isha's marking is a whole whopping 4 points, and his positioning is 5. His aggression isn't that great, like, it's not fantastic either. The other one is Imbiri, so there's a case to be made about a tight mark here. And the case to be made about a tight mark is, well, we could... If we pair him with Isha, that would result in somebody that is vastly capable to outjump him. Most of the time. This also means that Imbiri goes this way. Most of the time, and Pain will be pulled out, so yeah, I agree with that. Let's give Isha duty to tight mark that guy. Exactly. Exactly this one. So, I guess that makes sense. I do not want Imbiri to mark the other one though, despite him being much faster and stuff. I just don't think it's needed. Maybe Imbiri is more useful being adrift most of the time, and trying to come up with solutions. Well, solutions for, you know, build up play or creating chances and stuff. Kogoya is apprehensive. For fuck's sake! You started to complain about not enough playing time and now you're apprehensive. Okay. This is a home game. I think I'll go with this. This inspired basically nobody. I expect a much better performance of Owen this time. Is Owen okay with pressure? Let's go about it this way. Owen hates big matches. So he doesn't like pressure. We know that. So we will tell him that we have faith in him. Somebody switch the light off. Abdullah, on the other hand, doesn't like big matches either. No. No, I need to do this every single time, don't I? Kogoya. There's no notion of big matches, but we know that he's apprehensive. So correct me if I'm wrong, but apprehensive is this is something like fearful, right? I'm always confused with these words. Sorry, it's not my natural language. Yeah, the German word is besorgt. So he's in doubt and has concerns about the whole situation on him playing. So we will encourage him. That works. 4Z. Being a fairly determined player and apparently very inconsistent, does not enjoy big matches though. So he's a 17-year-old. I will not go and tell him that I expect more of him. Steinke was also, like, he didn't enjoy big matches, did he? No. He's professional though. And, well, consistency is a thing. So I think in his case, I base this on the professionalism. Okay. No bad reaction. So Crypto relishes big matches. This is not a big match. So if we want some performance from him, let's try this. He doesn't care. Ramadan is a youngster. No notion of enjoying big matches or something, so we will not do that. I need to learn these by heart at some point. Setyevan definitely does not enjoy big matches. He is very inconsistent and... no, there's no notion of it. Oh. Same with Mbiri. I think Hermavan does though. If I remember correctly, Hermavan enjoys big matches and is a fairly consistent performer, it says here. At the age of 23. So... we try to increase the pressure on him, and well, Isha is just inconsistent and he hates big matches as far as I know. Yeah, he doesn't like him at all. So we'll encourage him and hope for the best. That inspired him. Alright, tunnel interview. Blah 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 blah. There is always a chance, yeah? Do they have enough for... well, I wouldn't call it a surprise if they score on the counter-attack, but sure. Does the recent good run, I don't know, does that help? We'll go, being positive about all of this. And I need water. Okay. What did you do? And is there anything to be learned for me? Because FM24 will happen at some point for me. Like... no promises obviously, but not during this weekend. Given that it's not officially released yet. Well, it's in the open beta, whatever. But it will be released on the 6th or 7th November, right? So probably for the next weekend, if there's any streaming there. Which is likely. So maybe we can start a new save in FM24 there. That would be... let me look this up. The 10th. Does that make sense? Yeah, can you link it in the Discord, please? Maybe the others are interested too. That would be great. Or to me personally, but you know, much easier in case anyone else wants to watch it. Because database setup for FM24 might be really important to, given that they meddled with it, right? Also, with the inclusion of live data and stuff. Well done by Sukipto. And well, they didn't create much yet. We actually play Fawzi. That's what you did to me. And now I know that he's better than whatever the other one's name was. Setyevan's tackle was shit. That should be offside. It is, so that doesn't count as a chance. Or it shouldn't. Apparently the game still counts it. Fine. Fawzi, Sukipto towards Hermavan, that's okay. Steinke. Ramadan. Attacking football. I barely see anything so far. Kogoya's long ball towards Isha. He doesn't win the header against Mustafa. Kogoya again. Mbiri should be much faster. This is easy. And this is Imbiri. As always. Well, he will hit the back of the net at some point, if he creates another few of these chances. So, first thing that comes to mind, apparently the way we set it up works. At least in this one situation it did. Setjavan. Okay. Sukipto. Sukipto. Knock back towards Fawzi. He will not find an option there. Steinke. Thank you very much. One of the two would have sufficed. That's well defended by Kogoya. That's fine. Sukipto's nice pass for Setjavan. Isha is the better jumper. His heading though, not that great. Rumaropen. Nice save by Owen. That was dangerous. And we dropped to 5th due to, I don't know, somebody apparently scored. That's a weird corner. Easy one for Owen. What's ball distribution like here? Yeah, that won't cut it. I think we'll go towards target forward, actually. I think Isha should stand a chance there. In claiming the ball, and, well, we have pacey guys up front. So, some misplaced ball distribution can still end up pretty well for us. Goya, Isha, and that's offside, isn't it? It's not offside? What the hell? So, oh, okay, first of all the setup works, but I don't know why in this situation. I want to see a line there. I don't get it. There's not even, like, it didn't even come up, the question of an offside. To me this was blatantly offside, but whatever. Who cares? We'll take the goal. Yeah, but, like, Isha was way beyond the defensive line. So I don't know what happened there. That or my eyes are misconfigured or something. He wasn't? Okay, well, maybe you're right. This was offside though, for Rumaropen. Alright. Well, and I was just wondering that the line didn't even come up. Usually it does come up in weird circumstances too. Setjavan, Sukipto, Abdullah. Abdullah up front. He'll take the shot, won't he? No, he won't. Ramadan took the shot. Not bad. And so far we can be pretty happy with the performance. Chances created were fine. Expected goals, well, it's a bit lackluster overall. Could create some more, but it's more about the count and not so much about the quality. Steinke doesn't lose the ball. There's a cross. Oh, Fawzi loses the header. Nice one! It went over. God damn it, Imbiri. 3 really great chances. Well, okay, the last one wasn't that great. But he had 2 great chances and he only scored 1 of the 2. So there's some improvement to be had there, that's for sure. Fawzi, Sukipto. Ramadan's off-the-ball movement is a little bit lackluster, it seems. There we go. Fawzi again. Sukipto. Apparently we play through Sukipto now. Ramadan's dribble. Sukipto. Setyavan with a nice cross immediately. Imbiri again. And that got blocked the last second. I think I'm happy with this. Problem is I don't want to start appraising yet. That's probably a bit overdoing it, right? So let's not do that. Ramadan will take the corner. Well, he's no good at it. Imbiri picks up the ball. Ramadan again. Hermavan's cross is not interesting, because it was an offside situation. So, we seem to be well in control of the game so far. That's lackluster. True. In fact... Let's do this. And I will also praise Fawzi. He's on a 7.0 rating. So why not? I'll praise all of these. Like the ones in green. Yeah, it seems to work. For some of them at least. Now he dropped back to 6.9. Obviously. Ramadan delaying play. Fawzi again. Kogoya. Kogoya's long ball is not good. Urban Kuzni. Will we be able to outjump this guy? Fawzi does well. Fantastic. Abdullah, Sukipto, Abdullah again. That's down the wing. Setyavan, will you take the cross from deep again? No, it's a pass this time. Imbiri. And this pairing just works. Like, I'm really glad that we play Imbiri, despite not scoring more. That's definitely a thing. Him being too fast for the defender. And of course, Sukipto is on a yellow card now. We will sub him off in the second half. Intercepted by Sukipto. Come on, play the... No killer ball available. He took a shot. Well, we'll take the corner. So Sukipto will be out of it for the next 2 matches. That's no good. Ramadan. He's just in the middle too. We need to revamp the corner taking setup, I think. Let's do that right now. Least I forget. So this is free kicks, not corners. The corner taking setup here states that we go with a defender out here. Other side. Nah, that's fine. That's the way it should be. Never... yeah, confirm whatever I did. I thought though that... Well, maybe Isha's off-the-ball movement was lackluster there or whatever. Something happened. Okay. There's barely anything to say, is there? We will... Well, what happens if Sukipto gets a red now? Then he will be banned for even more matches, right? So, let's bring on Shori. That was the way I intended it, and we'll do it that way. Is he... Yeah, he is being taken off. Okay. I think we gotta be careful here. Like, it's only 1 goal. I want to motivate him, I think. And Shori, though, is a very consistent performer. No notion of hating big matches or something. So I think we'll go with encouragement and just let him go. Seems motivated, that's fine. I'm happy with Isha's performance, might as well tell him. Rumavan, on the other hand, not so much, so we might as well tell him. Now he's fired up. Imbiri as well as Setyavan have been doing okay. I think we will praise Setyavan for setting up the goal. Where is it? He's pleased. Fantastic. In Imbiri's case, 7.1 is not that good. He's inspired! That's something. Same here. Like, this is not fantastic, but I think that works. Steinke on a 6.7 rating, I think we will probably tell him that we're not happy with his performance, like the usual. Forzi. Inspired now. Kogoya. That's probably okay-ish. I'm in between you've not been good enough and keep going. I think we will be a little bit more demanding here. He's fired up. Perfect. This is definitely a case of not good enough. And Simon Owen 6.9 to me is a keep going statement. Right. Let's see what we can do in the second half. Oh, Harahap is on the yellow card too. Well, that's great. It's kind of fun to see that the way we configured it works so far. Abdullah, straight towards the yellow card. It was Pain that got one though. Ramadan, Fuzzy loses out on the opportunity to have a header. And Imbiri took a shot. Oh, that nearly crossed the line. Would have been great for Kongoya to score. Forzi, Kogoya, they do not stand a chance so far. Isha doesn't win this one. Abdullah, well defended. Anshori. Setyavan again towards Imbiri. The defender should be on a yellow. It's a corner only though. And well, Imbiri is configured to dribble more, as Shadow Strikers do. So we might provoke a red here anyway. Steinke takes the corner. That's not good. This is the Setyavan, Ramadan. Ramadan towards Abdullah. Bain knocks it out of the penalty area. And then something happened, and now we have a throw in. Ramadan. Oh, Kogoya. Bain, Rumor open. Bain, Harahap. Forzi intercepts. Ramadan. Nice technique. Forzi's long ball towards well, okay. Hermavan apparently was like taking a nap or something too. I can relate. Kuzni, well defended. Imbiri's pass towards Setyavan is fine. Setyavan takes his time. Not sure. There's a killer ball, maybe. Yep, Imbiri show is on. To be fair, we gave it to him on a silver platter, didn't we? Due to the technical instructions. So, that's the second goal by Imbiri. Still not sure about offside situations here. I don't know. Apparently the referee doesn't think this was close. So, whatever. Same here, maybe. Oh man. What communication. Owen comes out and claims the ball after a lackluster display of communication, I think. Isha clearly wins the one here, the duel. Setyavan's cross towards Isha doesn't make it free. Also, this was offside. 13 to 2 chances. Should have brought his counter. Ramadan takes a free kick. It would have hit the back of the net, if not for the goalkeeper. Kuzni. Well defended by Anshori. Hoofball tactic, that's working. Nice! What kind of setup is it, man? Also, welcome back to the stream. Isha does not defend well. Ooh, that's dangerous. So Marty on the ball, that's the third shot. Roughly directed towards goal within this match. So, who's on the bench and needs playing time? We are up by 2 goals. Halim doesn't, Tabuni doesn't, Ferdiancia doesn't, Jorge Cesar doesn't, Arianto... I guess Arianto it is? That's cool, I'll have a look at it later. In case you want to, feel free to elaborate right now. I just can't do it all at the same time. Well, I can probably open Discord right now. Have a look. This is Cheryl Nollett's video, I will definitely not watch that right now. So put it on the Discord and I will have a look. That said, like, I need a 4th screen for this. Okay, yeah, I think we will play Arianto though. Just due to being in lack of sharpness. Also, I don't think Steinke was playing particularly well. So, that's alright. Yellow card for Abdullah. Do we have a right back? No, he's not on the bench anymore. He's on the pitch. So we'll tell him Abdullah to ease off tackles too. And it does seem like we don't create much anymore. We should probably rest Imbiri at this point if we want to play him next time out. Who needs the playing time in this position though? None of them, right? So obviously I could knock Isha 1 station back. Doesn't feel like it's needed though. He will hate me for being pulled off the pitch. You think so? But... well, he is tired. Alright, so let's do that. All of a sudden we have a target forward on the pitch. Why not? But... Jorge Cesar would need to be instructed to mark... what's a central defender? It is Harahap, yeah. That needs to be marked, I think. No, it's not Harahap, it's the other one. Devanga. If... there. We should probably have a look at this. This is even better. Fantastic. Forget about tight marking. Well, we don't need to mark him tightly. So I will just take that back. Forget about it. This also means that the youngsters will play through. Not bad. Shori, Kogoya... what the hell, Kogoya? Ramadan... loses the ball. Fernanda. That's exactly what I feared. Luckily, this guy's finishing is horrible. Was a great chance though. I'd rather not give him a few more of these. And we can still, like, go attacking and waste time, right? They also subbed a few players, so... that should be easy to defend. Works well. Oh. Great. It was offside. Alright. What did I think? Yeah, right. We need to look into the opposition players a little bit, at least. I know it's 15 minutes to go. I think I subbed all of them players. Yeah, it's done. So... that's over. But I think this is one of these matches where we can probably rest the senior members in the squad for a while. Alright. He has a weaker foot. Let's do that. Passing's really shitty and all of that. So, no reason to mark him tightly. That's for sure. Yeah. Other than him being a really bad jumper. But whatever. That doesn't matter much. He is a decent jumper, sadly. Left-footed only, and he dives into tackles. So... he's also damn slow. So even though Mbiri is exhausted, he might still stand a chance here. Not sure if we want to avoid tight marking here. I think in case he gets marked, it's not the worst decision. With 6 points of passing. His dribbling is really low. And he's 30 years old. And none of the forwards is on a yellow card, is it? So let's go with this. And then we need to have a look at Fendi Abidine. Either footed, not a good crosser, a good dribbler though, so we will ease off tackles here. Abidine is on the left, so he will be faced with a yellow carded player. Abdullah. His finishing is bad, his bravery is low, his strength is low. Doesn't look that impressive to me. We will probably close him down. And we will remain in the attacking setup. But I will try to retain possession a little bit. And waste a little bit of time. It's 15 minutes to go, and well, if we can just make sure that they don't score anymore, or they don't have any chances at all, that would be totally fine, wouldn't it? Boss's long ball, though, is also a nice effort. Abidine. That should be bad passing. Sadly, our defenders seem to be a little bit tired here. We can also, come to think of it, can you please intercept that one? That's not good. Okay, that's fine. We can also work the ball into the box here. Remain patient. And we can start to dribble less and go with passing. On the other hand, I don't think that's really needed. I don't want to decrease the tempo, and this. This needs to go away. I want to retain possession. Alright. Maybe that helps. I will not knock the philosophy back. I think they are used to attacking football, and if they aren't, they need to be. Ouch. Nice tackle by Abidine, but Abdullah retained possession anyway, in a way. Well, Jorge Cesar for Setyavan. Nice one. Isha, even nicer. Ramadan's shot. Served on a silver platter. Okay. So much for retaining possession. Thank you very much. Jorge Cesar, though, he's one to retain possession in these situations anyway. Setyavan, interesting way to control the ball, and that's Jorge Cesar with... Sure! Another goal! Why not? I mean, we brought him on. What did we bring him on for? Obviously not to, I don't know, replace somebody. That has nothing to do with resting another player. We brought him on to score. That's his job. And, well, he does. So, 3-0. Great. Now he's happy. Yeah, well, he did. At least that should probably settle the affair. It's never quite sure, obviously, and I do not want to concede. Hell. My nerves. But overall, we can be happy with the performance. This is just fine. And we rested a damn lot of important players here. Arianto. Hopefully that has an impact in the cup match. A positive one, that is. Ozzy. Goya. Okay. It's Anshori up front for some reasons. That was bad. Fischer helps out in defense though. Ramadan, Kogoya, Borzi. Borzi lobs it towards Jorge Cesar, who wins the header. Isha slow. What the actual fuck? Vayan Isha. Did you see that one? That's the best goal I've seen all season. Makes it 4. Please do not concede. Arianto's there to save the day. For now. Jorge Cesar wins another header. Setyevan, come on. We can do a 5th. Or maybe not. Just don't concede. Borzi. Arianto intercepts pretty well here. Hermavan finds Arianto. Arianto's too slow. Also the first touch wasn't good. This one though. Ramadan for Hermavan. Hermavan. It's another corner. Well, we'll go on with the general theme of praising everybody with the exception of Hermavan, who doesn't deserve it. And maybe Arianto. Well, they get their praises anyway. Ramadan. And Kuzni comes out to claim the ball, sadly. They will probably not be happy with their result. Us though? I think we can... Oh, Setyevan. Don't make me play Moody. Setyevan. Anshori. Ramadan. Jorge Cesar. Is it over? Ramadan towards Hermavan. Nice ball. Hermavan for Arianto. Ramadan again. Nah, that's just retaining possession. That's fine. I'm okay with this. That's not retaining possession. Doesn't matter though. Well, it was an offside situation, sadly. On the other hand, we can deal with the offside in this case, can't we? Kuzni knocks the ball forward. Isha intercepts. Jorge Cesar, there's nobody in front of him. Setyevan. An effort was made. Abdullah, Setyevan again. He hasn't had enough. Neither has Jorge Cesar. That should probably settle it though. This should be the game. Not a long ball. Well done by Kagoya. Alright. Now we're done. Abdullah. That's it. 4 against 0. Yeah. Let's try attacking football for a while. It's obviously it's because they know that you're watching. So it's pretty simple. If you serve it me like that, the argument goes you need to remain on, like you need to remain with the stream now, because apparently we need it for the results, and I hope it translates to FM24 in the future. But obviously, if this is the way it works, there isn't too late, man. You're done now. Mondays and Fridays are it's a regular booking now. I think I made a similar argument with Journal at some point, if I'm not mistaken. So, in this case, it seems to have worked. I don't know. Well, how big of a result is this? This is the way it goes, yes. On the Entertainment Network. I guess that's fine. We'll see about the time slot in the future though, but for now it works that way, so let's not think something that's not broke. Well, okay. How big of a result is it? Is it massive? I wouldn't say it's massive. But whatever. We got 3 points. The most important thing is we are still above Persia in the league table. This is what's... Forget about the rest. We need to be above Persia in the league table. This is really important to me. I can see the appeal. Like, obviously I would never do that at work. But I've been in software development for long enough to know that most of the developers do watch something alongside developing software applications, so I think that's fine. Yeah, and it helps them, in a way. In some cases. I think it's much better to have some stream going on the third or fourth screen in that case. Other than being on Facebook all the time or something like this. Probably not Facebook these days, whatever. TikTok, I don't know. We will definitely not rest him. Yeah. Yeah. And there's only so much music that you can endure, right? Like, I really enjoy music, but at some point it's like, okay, that's enough. And to be fair, this stream does not include music, so it's only me, like, talking like a waterfall. Yeah, man, but don't confess to something like this on stream. People might identify you at some point, and well, this is whatever it's called in English. Give me a second. It's a serious offense. Okay, working time fraud. Yeah, great. I could have come up with that myself. So it's working time fraud. That's usually contract terminated immediately. So you know, gotta be careful about that. And in case your employer does want to get rid of you, a single statement like this can be enough. So don't give them a platform. Or not a platform, what's the right way to phrase it? Don't give them the incident, anyway. Or if you do, at least do not confess to it. If that makes sense. Yeah, but the reason is not so much the problem. Like, sometimes employers will tolerate it as long as performance is fine. But there might be stuff like somebody gets sick or something. Like, It depends on the country and so on. But in case, for example, you have I don't know, you get diagnosed with a chronic disease or something. Stuff happens, right? And you are knocked out for a year. Now, incentive is the perfect word. Thank you very much. That was the one I was looking for. But in case you have something like this, all of a sudden working time fraud can get dug out of the hole, and or it can be found in one of the lower drawers, and all of a sudden the incident is there, and then the incentive is there too, due to something completely different, but it doesn't matter. Like, working time fraud will serve as a reason, and you will be out of a job immediately. So don't do that. I also I separate my job and all of the streaming in a very specific, strict manner on purpose. Because there's only one incident that's needed and you're gone. So I don't want to give any yeah. Even the resemblance of that is probably bad. Alright. Let's go back to Football Manager though. I don't think I want to rest him. Am I delighted with such an emphatic win? Yeah, I think overall it worked pretty well. Let's inject those 90 minutes into my veins. Nice statement. Gotta give him that. Well done. I don't know, man. I'm obviously not a professional in that regard. If you have a personnel department or something, probably don't want to talk to them about it either. But maybe you know somebody in private that is in personnel management. And if you do, maybe ask them. Because the stuff also, like the rulings depend from, it varies vastly from country to country. So me being in Germany, giving advice to somebody somewhere else, I'm not qualified, and if I were qualified, I wouldn't be qualified for that country. So I shouldn't do that. Definitely not, man. Definitely not. I know people though. So in case you need a lawyer in Germany, well, obviously these are all imaginary people, but yeah. I think I know people in Germany in case I need a lawyer. That comes along with being at university, I guess, and being in too many discotheques. Clubs? It's clubs. Nightclubs, whatever. Alright. Also, Nanda Sukipto got yet another fine. This is the second fine within a week that he gets for being on too many yellow cards. He has them in the back of his room, like somewhere here. He hangs them there. All of the letters for the fines. Obviously, they are all yellow. Apparently, he likes that. That's a way for him to drape the walls or something. Okay, I need fresh water, and I will probably also put something in the microwave. So I hope you have a minute to spare, because I will be right back. Thank you very much for watching so far. Breaks over. Well, somewhat. Now I have food and water. That should suffice. I'm out of chocolate, by the way. This is horrible. Well, it's the club's expenses, whatever. Who cares? Transfer window starts. Oh no. Cool. Plans for PSIS. So we can do transfers. Nobody's here for the cup match for the second leg, right? You're all here for transfer business within 2 days. Obviously. Apparently we need to answer to yet another journalist at the same time. Only for the right player, man. Twice the same message. I love it. Well, I do not agree with that. Assuming we are still talking Football Manager. If we're talking real life, I do not agree with that at all, and I will strongly object to that, and also recommend some, you know, this and that the other ones probably already know. Journal can probably give you a lecture at this point. Go to Rational Reminder. Learn about investing. Be responsible with your money. Don't do anything stupid. Don't pay insurance companies if it's not needed. Whatever. So that's probably a possibility to play him as a Shadow Striker at some point. And given that Mbiri just put on a show, we might just do that next match actually. And we will try to move the corner taking. I don't care much about the finishing. Yeah, it will not improve much. A 23-year-old. Highly susceptible to injury though. Shall we... The fact alone that it requires paperwork, that tells me that you do something wrong. Isn't the entire premise of cryptocurrency, isn't it like you don't do the paperwork because there is no paperwork to be done because apparently the system is wrong or whatever? And obviously no use coin will fix this. Talking crypto, I will share a meme with you if I can. Give me a second. Well, if I can. That should do. This is definitely a meme. It has nothing to do with Football Manager though. It's on the Discord. So much for my opinion about crypto. Holland Madness brand awareness. Well, please do not. Please to make sure that I am not related to cryptocurrencies or other Ponzi schemes. How did Perun put it? There's a lot of stuff that people are willing to put up with, but the SEC is probably on rock bottom of the list. So I'm not an American, but the German institution that would be somewhat similar is the BaFin. I would rather not deal with those either. You really don't want that. Everybody praises Jorge Cesar, that's great. He's in perfect morale. well, unsurprisingly. How do you feel your squad could be improved in terms of positions? Ooh. Yeah. True. I actually think central defenders. The rest seems fine. Yet another really professional central defender? Why not? I think that, like, I don't want to be too hard on a specific person in particular. I'm just ridiculing, I guess, his the public profile. If that makes sense. Like, joking about somebody going into prison for whatever. No, probably not for life in his case. I can't even recall. Yeah, don't need to do that. We'll confirm that. Okay, we'll do nothing. I forgot what I was going on about. Oh yeah, I recall. I'm not sure if they pay that much in prisons, first and foremost. This is the United States after all, so it might be lower. And second of all, I think he can, well, he has the same amount of money probably, in a way. Given that cryptocurrency is also vastly imaginary money, because it has no fundamental value, and is not backed by anyone, other than, you know, the trust of other people. We've been there. So his net worth probably didn't change much. Seen from, at least to a fundamental investor, it shouldn't. I hate Burrito Putra. So last time out, we stood a chance with attacking football. I guess that's a thing. Why not? Why not? There's, like, founding the cryptocurrency was not cryptocurrency was not a problem. It was the fraud with Alameda Research, wasn't it? Was it research? I don't know, I'm not sure. However, the company was called. Okay, I'm not interested in this guy. An 18-year-old striker? That is a mercenary. So, no? Yet another Saputra. Yet another mercenary. What's going on? This seems reasonably cheap. I think it's even worse. I think here, so, wasn't the problem not the covering and hiding debts, but also taking investors' money and giving it to his other company? So I'm not sure how this is called officially. You know, I'm not a financials guy. But taking your investors' money and not being able to repay it later on and using it for other stuff, that's probably not a good idea. That alone is usually enough to bring you down. He wants to leave. This is fantastic. Sadly, he also wants very high wages, so we'll just sit this out. Kurnia. Well, wouldn't be the worst decision, but I don't think we need him right now. And we had a look at this guy. for a while now, and this one is susceptible to injury, and I don't know what to do with him. So, go away. That should do. Fuck Football Manager 24. We'll play on. Imbiri wants to stay. Anyone recalls the last time I tried to offer a contract to Bayu Imbiri? We want him to stay, don't we? Yeah, we do. Oh. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to explore my options when my contract... Oh, he doesn't want a new contract. He wants to go away. I'm not sure. I can accept this, obviously. So we can have him for another year. Doesn't matter. FM24 comes around anyway. But I'm not sure why we're having this talk. I never had this. Can anyone relate? Did this come up with some of you? He just wants to let me know that he wants to leave after his contract expires. I don't care. That's fine. Okay, I do care. But, like, I accepted that like a year ago. Hell, we brought in a somewhat, some kind of replacement even. And Hidayatullah will probably take his place. Or whatever. I think I'll respect his opinion. Obviously, as an 18-year-old, he is old enough to know what he wants, and he has it all figured out, I'm sure. Now everybody's happy, and we can continue playing football. He can consider his options, so I guess we are an option too? Is that how it works? Maybe not. But his contract runs out, like, at the end of 33. So, long way to go. So... we made hell of a comeback last time out against PS Barito Putra. Who are you? Cool. I don't even know the guy. Let me guess, you're a former player or something. He's a former... Fine. He was with PSIS at some point. Obviously, this is really important. Him saying something to the press. Imbiri, Setyavan, and Isha are in the Team of the Week. Well deserved, I might add. And Vibo has asked to leave. He's in Indonesian League 1 and he wants to go towards... He wants to go to a stronger squad. Cool. Would that be us, maybe? His finishing is bad, though. Do we need yet another attacking midfielder? That's probably a bit much, isn't it? Also, being balanced and level-headed, well, putting in an official transfer request that is a sign of great personality already. Reminds me of people like Mkhitaryan or, I don't know, there's probably worse cases. Well, it's a contract anyway. Yeah. That's more or less how it works. In this case, though, so I don't really... Like, I'm not sure if he fits our playing style. That said, the mantles are damn good. He's 23 though. So we would sign a player at its peak, more or less. Yeah. I think we will scout him for another week, but the problem is the estimated wage. If we get into contract negotiations with this guy's, well, he's got dubious interest at best. Anyway. So... Alright, so Crypto's banned. Let's... You know how this goes. Fine. Owen was alright last match. No problem playing him again. No big deal. Wahab on the bench, sure, why not? Saputro got rested. So... This is the first somewhat interesting decision, I guess. Abdullah's not ready to play. Never mind, no decision to be had. Then Halim obviously makes an appearance. And Haryanto is, well... I think both. It's 25 euros in case of Wahab, and in case of Karif, it's a whole whopping lot of nothing. He has 14 points of reflexes, and Wahab has 5. That's not your argument, but we might face penalties here. Well, I'm not sure. Chris, Karif usually plays in the under-18s to remain sharp, and I guess I could, but in that case Wahab will be pissed at some point. What's this? He's a merge. He's agreed to be back up. Maybe we can, I don't know, maybe we can give him some time on the pitch at some point. What the hell's wrong with Saputro here? Oh, he's not used to this. He's used to playing wingback in defensive mode and that's it. Okay. Well, this is easy. There's Anshori and then there's nothing. So, we'll play him. This should be easy too. Jorge Cesar or nothing. Here it gets a bit more complicated, but I think Ferdiancia can make an appearance finally. On this side, depends. But the other guy should be exhausted, right? Satyavan is not ready to play yet, so I guess it's Moody time. That said, I would have gone with Moody anyway, due to this stuff. It's a cup game, it's damn important. This is all we need. We should probably have a look at the others too. We need consistent performance that can deal with pressure. Apparently Jorge says I can't. But given that Isha is even worse at dealing with pressure, if I recall correctly. Yep. We'll put him on the bench. So we need a playmaker. Mr. Tabuni doesn't enjoy big matches. The alternative would be... Who's the alternative? Who am I kidding? I won't do that. Ramadan isn't fit. Yeah, well, he's not match fit yet. And where the hell is Nugroho? Here. He's even worse. Okay. Cool. Tabuni it is. So, probably not increase the pressure by much. And then we have this teeny tiny little problem that Mbiri played a lot. He did play well last time out. So, I have a choice. I can play Mbiri anyway. It's a cup game after all, this is damn important. And, well, he seems to be happy with being allowed to leave, so why not? Or, nah. We'll go with Mbiri, I think. I could play Ari, obviously. Or might go with Iskander, not sure. Central defense, well... Let's do this one first. So Steinke out here is probably a no-brainer given that Arianto is somewhat tired. I think won't do that. Saraki? Where is... Oh yeah, Saragi. Sure! I forgot the new signing, of course. You are right. We'll play Saragi. Like, immediately. Why not? That's damn right. Let's have a look at his strengths and weaknesses, though. He has decent flair. Passing's a bit lackluster, but overall I think we can do more risky passes for him. He does that anyway. It's only about shooting less often and not shooting less often, and maybe easing off tackles. Easing off tackles I do not necessarily see there. And, well, he has long shot 7, no 8, and finishing 6. So I don't think I need to restrict his shooting. He has great technique too. That might be a thing for him at some point. Given that Isha scored last time out from, I don't know, 22 meters or something, whatever that is in yards, that's probably something that Saragi can do too. And thank you very much for reminding me. We can give him at least 45 minutes. And the set pieces that he brings along, that should probably help. So we need to set that up too. So there's a bit of work to be done here. Seems to match the theme of this stream though. So... Now we play Celestio, given that last time out we played another one. It's probably a bit much, isn't it? I guess Harianto's available in a way. Risk of injury is high though. In this match though, Harianto is probably the go-to player. Alright, so we got that. We need to figure this stuff out. First of all though, I will do a bathroom break. So, BRB. Okay. Let's go. So, we still need to figure out who's on the bench. And if the setup, the lineup, whatever, if the lineup fits the tactical opportunities, basically, maybe we can figure out something that we can exploit there. Because this is a damn important match, and, well, I don't know. If we can find something like the case for Imbiri last time out, that worked pretty well, given that he scored twice. And, well, it basically worked as intended. I think that's fair to say. So we need to figure out something similar. Maybe fiddle with the tactic a little bit. And also, I need to go through the individual player instructions again on most of these players prior to go into the pre-match screen. Also, I need to set up the set piece taker, at least for the left corner taking, and for all of the free kicks. Makes sense. Well, there's no alternative to right back / defensive midfielder on the bench anyway. Well, there is. We could go with Negro, but he's still tired. For some reason, playing in the under-21s really exhausted him. So that's not a thing. I guess that makes sense. Abdullah Arianto for the left is needed, whatever his form is, as usual. Solistio is the only one that's in a shape. That's good. That's really good. Nice to hear that. I will probably still do them by hand, though. But whatever, I don't know. I need to have a look once we get there. So give it another week or two. But we will probably do Football Manager 24 at some point here. And I will sorely miss this squad. Okay. So, in attack, I think we should start by looking into the opposition. But, okay, let's do set pieces first, because this is a no-brainer, we need to do this. So, corners from the left side should be taken by Saragi too. Always. In case we can. This interface is horrible. From the left, I'd rather not. I think this is not a good idea. He's right-footed only. And I do not want to use outswinging corners the way we do things. Free kicks, though, that's easy. He needs to be in every single one of these setups, I think. His free kick taking is so good. It just would be a waste not to use him. Okay, I didn't even sort it that way, but 14 points of free kick taking. I think he can even do them from the right, yeah, that's true. And the deep ones, sure. So Shadow Striker, why not? His passing is okay too. It's not fantastic, but it's alright. Okay. Well, that's not bad, Bravo. If that works, why not? Alright, Imbiri and Setyavan on the bench, you said. Imbiri is still prone to getting injured, but yeah, sure. I'd rather not leave him at home. In the case of Setyavan, well, we have Saragi in the middle that can rotate to the left, so we don't necessarily need a replacement there. Also, Isha's on the bench, so he covers basically all of this. So it makes sense to bring somebody on the right. Given that we play with an inverted winger here, sure, that would be Saragi. Zico's not available anyway. I don't think we need Hermavan. So I guess Setyavan it is. The 25-year-old currently makes a lot of appearances, given that he's considered to be backup at best. And we need to think about this. He's on double intensity right now. I think I'll drop him to half intensity always. I hate this on players, because they do not develop at all. On the other hand, susceptibility to injury is too high. I do not want him to train hard. Should probably do the same with Zika. Never mind. And Ari maybe. Well, yeah. If we compare the two, Ari is faster and has way better technique. Gotta give him that. His vision though is low, so he's just not a winger, and neither is he an inverted winger, I think. And if we look at the attributes for a winger, that should show. Somewhat. Ari's damn fast. But he will not get any faster anytime soon. Neither will this guy though. I don't know. I just can't find a use for Ari. And, well, Setyavan, he showed in the last match what he can do. He didn't have an assist. Can you imagine that? I mean, all of us watched that last match. He got an 8.3 rating due to the chances created in his key passes, which were basically penetrating behind the central defender as intended. And Ibiri ran onto it. But he didn't get an assist because Ibiri didn't score. At least not in these situations. So this is absurdly weird. But we should probably praise that match. The chances created were fantastic. Yeah. Also, he doesn't have this horrible trait that he plays no through balls. Setyavan does. So, back when I had a look at this, prior to signing him, I thought to myself, well, the technique is shit, but he's got the rest more or less. It's like, he's got that covered in general. It's not fantastic, but he would do. And would do, in most of the areas, is actually damn good. Because players usually come with weaknesses. His weakness is technique. I wouldn't imply that this will buff out, but it's not horrible. And well, if he continues to play, first of all, he will get his contract extension automatically, and if he doesn't, we can just resign him. And I will happily play 400 euros a week or something for him. So that's alright. He's, like, he will not go through the roof though. He will just be box standard alrighty player. Okay, so now this attacking setup doesn't have the player role set up. That's missing. So we need to do this. In the case of Jorge Cesar, I think he's a good risk taker. Passing risks. Passing 7, Flare 7, Vision 8. I'd rather not do either of them. Shooting more often or less often on Jorge Cesar. His finishing is 8. Composure is 8. I guess no specific instruction needed. And easing off tackles. Moving into channels and stuff we don't want on him, because he's a static target forward. Easing off tackles. I don't know. We might do, on the other hand, this one's the ball high up on the pitch, so I'd rather not. So no specific instruction for him. Moody. Moody has always been the one to play out here. Taking fewer risks, shooting less often, crossing less often, and probably doing all the things that other players on the wing wouldn't do. Basically, playing a safe ball. That should be him. His flair is great, but doesn't have matter. We're 5 points of passing and vision, we cannot give him risky passes. It's just not a thing for him. For the Ansia, apparently I configured at some point. On Shori, I definitely didn't. There is nothing to do here, though. Tabuni is instructed not to dribble much. That's fine. We could also argue that Tabuni probably should ease off tackles in general. On the other hand, he barely gets into tackles and he barely gets yellow cards either, does he? Whereas it's under form. He had 1 yellow card in the game against Persip, that's it. So that doesn't matter much. This is a bit interesting. So obviously towards target forward and crossing less often because he's shit at it. No, never mind. He can actually cross more often with crossing 9. So the argument here is not that his crossing is so good. The argument is it's better than in the with the rest of the squad. In particular on his side. Moody's crossing is 6. So I'd rather for Saputra to cross. And we have a target forward up front. So I think that's a good idea in general. Shooting less often, taking fewer risks, and dribbling less. Shooting less often is a no-brainer for him. Dribbling less often is also a no-brainer for him, given that he has bad dribbling, but he likes to knock the ball past the opponent, so we won't do that. And then there's taking fewer risks. His flair is alrightish, his passing is alrightish, his vision isn't. So taking fewer risks in this case is more a reflection of the tactic, I think. I want him to retain possession, first and foremost, given his position. Otherwise, he would open up to counter-attacking situation. Don't want that. This should be take fewer risks anyway, always. Not sure why this is not on. And Steinke, dribbling less doesn't work here because same as on the other side, he knocks the ball past the opponent. Alright, so there's that. Now let's have a look at the opposition. That would make Moody more of a holding attacker. That makes sense. His technique is fine. Well, to loosely quote a certain Matthew Mercer, we can probably try, certainly try. I misquoted him. Sorry, Matt. But sure, not a bad idea. I want to look at into the opposition first, though. So this would be down here. Yeah, he's reasonably fast and his tackling is reasonably, like, okay. Defensively speaking, that might be a problem for him once we overlap. And this guy, if he's forced to track back, he's definitely shit at defending. So, seen from that perspective, overlapping on the right might be a good idea, yes. We can do that. I'd rather not focus on a specific area though. Last time out, I don't think we did either. So I'll elaborate on a bit more of a research project here too. Let's watch the goals once more, or well, can we? We can go to match analysis, can't we? Where's that data hub? Matches. It's not last match. Last 5. Not what I'm going for. There's a report available for this. This is not what I'm looking for. This is also not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the match analysis. I want to bring up the chances created. Where is it? We can probably do it like this. We did play a low block. That's what resulted in this. Because The opposition striker has really good off-the-ball movement. I thought there was a match analysis menu somewhere. Where you can... Where is this? This is not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for, but for the other match. So, we go towards this match. Analytical data. Team. Shots. This is what I was looking for, and we are looking for the shots that we took. So, how did these get created? Or maybe we go for the passes? Not all of them, obviously. Looking for key passes and chances created, maybe? Alright. So, this out here, this is box standard crossing. And as you can see, Moody had a nice cross here. But some of the crosses were taken by Saputro. So the overlap makes sense. This is probably a free kick. Moody's one got blocked here. Okay. And out here, this is Ferdiancia crossing the ball, so it does make sense too. We do have minor occurrences of key passes in midfield, but it barely serves the purpose. So I wouldn't want to rely on Tabuni too much to make passing combinations. Might be a thing though, given that we play attacking this time. Let's have a look at theirs too. So how did they have good crossing and good chance creation? Sanchaya within the penalty area in minute 90, that probably doesn't matter anymore. Sagara in minute 10. And this is twice Chardell. Gotta find out what kind of player this is. That's probably an overlapping and roaming right back. Great, thank you very much for not keeping that. Oh. Obviously I can watch the linked events, I just don't want to watch the entire highlight now for 10 highlights. And the rest of it is through the middle more or less, isn't it? There's also the goals conceded were conceded through the middle too, weren't they? The ones that went in? This is Sagara 3 times. So, all of them were created? No, they were not all created through the middle. That's the thing. So how do we shut these guys down? First of all, we go to the next menu. We need to come up with something. Obviously, I can still rotate people into the match squad or out of it. So if we can come up with something to beat these guys, I would be very excited. Because for now, I have a hard time figuring out how we can solve this puzzle, if that makes sense. I do not agree with the instruction to go with a deeper defensive line to restrict their space in the penalty area. It didn't work. Their striker's too good with the off-the-ball movement. So the best we can do is probably keep him away from the penalty area as far as possible. So that's what we'll do. We'll go attacking here. And we'll try to keep him away from the penalty area. So, what did they offer? We don't know. The estimated wage just dropped. But I do not want to pay that much money for a player. In particular, given that it would... Sorry, I'm jumping topics here. But we still have Hidayatollah available. And at this point, Hidayatollah can probably play. At least in a senior squad. And he's 17 years old. And his off-the-ball movement and finishing are so good. So, if we can get any progress out of his physicals and maybe some borderline progress out of the rest, I don't see a problem playing Hidayatollah. So I'm not gonna sign somebody here. Saputro has some progress. That's another Saputro though. Also a right back. Highly confusing, but that's the way it is. Yeah, why not? That's... What? 10 points of crossing? Where's the other Saputro? Okay. Well, on a technical level, Harry Saputro, the 16-year-old, is already basically on par with Edie Saputro, the one in the first team. On a physical level, though, he needs some improvement. It's not that much, though. Like, this is possible for him. So, the youngster that needs another face might stand a chance. I like that. Hopefully he continues to develop like this, and also he's fairly pro, so this is great. But the 10 points of crossing? We could use a defender, a wide defender with 10 points of crossing. Or more. Alright. Let's figure this shit out. Opposition is likely to concede chances from deeper areas. Why is that? Why is that? Alright, I'll leave this open. How do we shut this guy down? I'm open to recommendations. His passing is rubbish. His composure is bad too. He's damn fast though. So we realized that leaving him within the penalty area doesn't work. Like, we can't cover for him. He's too fast. Even within the penalty area. So we could go the other way. Yeah. I guess that's it. If we do tackle hard already, on a dribbling 7, I would rather not go with a specific instruction to tackle him hard on top. Otherwise, we will probably get red carded at some point. So, weaker foot makes sense. And triggering the press on him. Muhammad Ekaputra. Decent dribbler, decent crossing, decent passing, sadly either-footed, goes into opposition area. He has really low composure, so closing down is probably a thing. No weaker foot. I would love to do hard tackling here, but... well, his bravery is too high. He's also... His risk of injury is increased at least. So hopefully the general setup does something to him. Tony Iravan. This guy's a beast. And that's it. Well, this is really weird. Because he's left-footed. He's an inverted winger. But his passing is really shitty. So we expect him to basically play some sort of cross-like ball after cutting back inside. So we show him to the outside anyway. despite his superior crossing. Yeah, so on to his weaker foot. Same here, composure's really low. And well, the passing is too. So I guess we close him down. Then we have Todd Ferry. I recall this guy. I think we tried tight marking on him. But what we did in particular was we put Sukipto on him, right? And this is a bit of a weird one, because we do need to mark him tightly. With also ball movement 7, that should be a thing. Should be possible. But we should also probably close him down. And he has low bravery but good dribbling, so I don't know. We can't afford to foul him repeatedly because his free kick taking is way too high. And I just don't want... He's listed for transfer, by the way, for some reason. Well, he's getting old. I guess that's the reason. But could also be a thing, by the way, given that he's listed for transfer. We could just take him. But I don't think we need him right now. Like, we have 2 reasonable options there. He does have hell of a long shot, though. Anyway, I think tight marking. He is physically weak. He is fast enough, though, to outrun Sukipto potentially. So... Oh, it's not Sukipto, it's Anshori, that's even worse. So we'll put him not on a personal instruction, though. We'll put him on a general instruction. To go towards Todd Ferry. That's ways high up on the pitch, so he will be covered by the central defenders only. That means this guy needs to be marked by Tabuni, and that's really bad. I guess normal tackling makes sense. Weaker... Well, I have a hard time coming up with a reason to show people to the weaker foot in midfield. He will usually find a passing option anyway. Being shown to the weaker foot. But I guess it makes sense to a degree. Yeah, I know. And so, but the argument is the same with him for sure. He has to be shown on the weaker foot too, Mr. Hardy. And now there's the Tabuni problem. Tabuni's not a good defender. So obviously we could switch to the midfield. We could play Tabuni on the right and Anshori on the left. That would make Tabuni face Ferredo, so there's no nice option for all of this. Or is there? No, there isn't. If Nugroho would have been available, Nugroho is a good tackler at least. Maybe that would have helped. He is not a good defender overall though. Like, it's just something that's a little bit part of his role. So tight marking this guy will probably not work. That's just a thing. On the other hand, well, no, with 9 points of jumping and stuff, it doesn't matter. We are doing comprehensive all the time, man. You... Like, I used a setting that is closest to watching the entire match. Because I think we learned from these situations. So this is why the matches take so long on this stream. And I'm absolutely unwilling to change that. I'd rather go for 80 minutes at some point, but that's really annoying to everybody watching, so I don't do that. On the other hand, I might do. But this is a second round, this is not like a final or something. So if we get knocked out of the cup here, that's bad, but whatever. If you want me to do like 80 minutes live streams of entire matches, feel free to recommend that. That would certainly be maybe yes, maybe. I would be okay with this, but it depends. And I think it's annoying to people that come for the easy entertainment. That makes sense. So what do we do with him? Anshori has good passing and good vision, so that's bad. We do have somebody in attacking midfield, so that's a natural pairing. We also know that he needs to be tackled hard. In this case, though, Saragi's tackling is 5. And he's not exactly known for being that strong. Or that aggressive, for that matter. Aggression's 10. Jorge Cesar's aggression is only 9. So, I will come up with a really weird plan now. Let's use Jorge Cesar and put it on the onto their defensive midfielder. Yeah, he can. But Jorge Cesar will drop deep anyway, in his role as a target forward, and Saragi is the one to... It's not overlap here. He's the one to go into space, right? So if Jorge Cesar is in defensive midfield, that means Saragi can run towards the central defenders. That's not perfect, but it's something. Jorge Cesar, on the other hand, though, is physically strong in comparison to Saragi. And my thought process here was, well, if we put Saragi onto him, he might get the ball from him from time to time, but this guy's very strong. He will tackle him and get it back immediately. In the case of Jorge Cesar, I don't think so. In the case of Jorge Cesar, this is hard. Also, Jorge Cesar can out-jump him. So, it's not bad if Jorge Cesar is in the space of Anshori. The problem is Jorge Cesar's missing in the penalty area now. So, what do we do with that? We do not need to mark him tightly. He has 5 points of passing. Rudianto has 5 too. Both of them are somewhat decent jumpers. So, no, well, he's on the 7th, whatever. There's a pace problem, though, with them. Did you see? 7 acceleration, 8 pace, and 8-8. Saragi is not that fast, sadly, but Imbiri's on the bench. So, assuming that Saragi finds his way on the pitch, he might have a chance to run past him. Jardel's passing is damn good, sadly. So we need to trigger the press on him. If he comes into possession. And also show him to the wicker foot, I think that's a thing. So that's showing him to the inside. His dribbling is 2 points, his bravery is 4. And his strength is 1. If that's not a case for hard tackling, I don't know what is. Is he also prone to injury? Sadly not. And then there's Salman Al-Freight. Dribbling's pretty low. Strength is pretty low. Bravery is okay-ish. Crossing and passing seem reasonable. I think I will close him down anyway. Let's have a look at the goalkeeper. So he's really good with aerial reach, command of area, and communication. In other words, floated crosses are maybe not the best idea. He's also tall, in accordance to what we see here. Is there a problem with him? He's bad in one-on-ones. It's only a 7. Reflexes are damn great though. No tendency to rush out, passing is alrightish for a goalkeeper. First touch is really bad. First touch is really bad. He does have composure and bravery too, though. So, I don't know, hard tackling probably not a thing. We could try to press him and also set it up in This is really aggressive. Okay, let's do this. Basically Leverkusen style. At least former Leverkusen style. Not sure how it's going these days. We go out of possession and we prevent short goal creeper distribution too. So we press the center backs even. No, we don't want that. That doesn't make sense. Forget about it. We want the center backs to have the ball. They are bad with the ball. Him, on the other hand, his passing is better than the center backs. So we want him to pass towards the center backs, if we can. Where was it? Defensively. Here we go. And now we still need to come up with... do we play fairly wide in the setup? Yeah, sure. The overlap is already done. Anyone's got any other ideas prior to going to the match? No? Alright. I guess this is it. Let's see where this goes. I realize he gets number 25 apparently. Berdianska is nervous. Saragi is pleased that he will play. 6 players like the tactical approach. Okay. And he has apparently he has good tackling here. Okay, alright. I'm nervous. You can probably tell. Alright, we'll go through these one by one. This is an away game against a team that scored 3 times last time out. And we're going attacking. I actually think I will do the recommended option. I'm not sure if I want... I don't want to ease the pressure too much. On the other hand, how are they? Owens. Is there any one of these that has a problem with less pressure? Moody. He's focused. True, man. Thank you very much for that. I think I will go with easing the pressure. No, not this one though. That didn't do anything. Great. So that's the worst talk ever. Okay. I think they can make a difference and they like it. In the case of Harianto, I want to see a good performance. Okay! Hype is on apparently. Wasn't sure one of those that break time reminder. Ah, great. He doesn't like big matches either. Does anyone here? Yeah, Morgan Moody does. So, pile on the pressure on him. And for the rest of them, we will just encourage them. Hope that it has a positive impact. That seems to work. Some of them are inspired. Imbiri is motivated already. You can be motivated on the bench for now. No, not really. Neither.
I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Okay, what the hell is more cowbell? Who is this? I mean, I know what a cowbell is, but also apparently I need to drink. It says here. Man, you're wasting a lot of cents. It's not cents, it's pennies in the United States. You waste a lot of pennies on this stream today. I guess I appreciate it, thank you very much. That said, thank you very much for reminding me to drink. I will do that. This is a way to get me away from the screen.
I'm sorry.
Dreamsticker seems to have a really big collection these days. I wasn't aware that these exist. I muted their updates in Discord. I'm on their server, but there's so much spam there by other people. So,
Oh yeah!
okay. Can you keep the good times rolling? We hope so, won't we? Alright. You're going through the collection, aren't you? Please make sure not to post any additional stickers whilst the match is going... Well, not that way. But, you know, it obstructs the view. So, you might want to be careful with those. It's on. Well done by Tabuni immediately. Nice one. Ferdiancia, that's a nice tackle. Ferdiancia keeps possession though. Steinke. And some sort of a lob. Iravan. Oh man. Gotta zoom out a little bit. Moody for Anchori. Where's the cross? There's the cross. There's the header. Oh fuck! Ferdiancia's header is obviously not what we wanted. It did work a little bit though. And now Pranata's got the ball. Could you please just get it back? Please. Very nice ball. Gotta give him that. Olim was there though. And Shori, that's a really bad pass. Saputro. Olim, what the hell? Arianto, Anchori again. Moody. Anchori. Down the right for Saputro. We do overlap on the right. That's fine. That's a nice cross. Jorge Cesar. Easy! Yes! I'm way too excited about the game. Still, pretty fucking good. Also, special thanks to Sharon Nullet for, you know, coming up with that idea. The overlap on the right was just the right way to do this. For now. So now we need another 2 or 3 goals. Preferably 3. In order to make sure that away goals don't matter anymore. Well, they do matter for us. Jorge Cesar intercepts, so this works well too. I'll have a look at it later. Feel free to put it on the Discord though, in case you want to. Can you post in the clips section? I think you should be able to. If you're not, I need to reconfigure Discord. Nice free kick by Saragi. Sadly, doesn't find anyone. Moody. 4 people close down Moody. Saputro with a cross for Saragi. Will it be a goal scoring? No, it will not be. Not for now. Could have been a goal scoring debut. But he's a little bit slower than Mbiri, sadly. Moody takes the corner from the right. Not bad. Jorge Cesar. Jonas was there this time. What's going on, Halim? He's frustrated by being encouraged? Because, well, they scored. Okay. Cortana's shot is blocked, that's fine. Moody apparently adapted the Bravo's instructions and hoofed the ball forward. Why not? He was in the mood. Saragi, Halim. Low grade chances. I'll praise him. That works. Everybody's really excited about this. No. Owen saves. What a save by Owen. That was a really good chance for them. And Jorge Cesar is drawn away from his initial position, you don't say. As long as it works though. Who the hell cares? Tabuni doesn't find a pass. Okay, for Saputro, great. Herdiancia skips past Chardel. Aww. Tabuni, Saputro again. Saputro! Taking the long shot. Chardel, Presentio? Presentio, maybe. Chardel again. Presentio. That would have been easy to defend if not for the really bad choice of a header. Moody's there to save the day, though. Nice. Moody, Anshori. This is a nice ball towards Saputro. Will there be another cross? There will be a pass. That's a penalty. Yes! No, fuck, I forgot that. Is Saragi... No, he's not. So Jorge Cesar will take the penalty. Saragi's not a good penalty taker. Come on, man. Make it 2. This is exactly the right game to score a hat-trick. What a penalty! It's not even a good shot. Yeah, it's perfect. Also, there was this one scene where Jorge Cesar was clearly seen is impeding the right word here. He goes for Anshori. And Anshori is on a yellow card now. So we restrict his passing, and he cannot really win the ball back from Jorge Cesar reliably. That's horrible for him. The central defenders have nothing to do. But it doesn't matter. Well, they encounter Jorge Cesar coming in from deep. That makes sense. Or rarely. But as long as they are in possession, we ignore the central defenders, and that's fine. It also, like in a passive way, gives Saragi some time to drift. I'm not sure if this has an effect so far. Oh no. Ferry with a long shot and no one saves. Not bad. Chardel's crossing is not that bad. Halim's there to defend though. Saragi, he is a decent... Like, he has decent vision. Passing is not that great. Moody, that's easy. Saputro, down the right again. All the way down the right, there's the cross. Jorge Cesar didn't run there. Herdiancia, second attempt's a charm? No. Second attempt's horrible. That's even worse. For us, come on. Ah. Halim got it. Nice ball, Anshori. Nice pass for Saputro. Going down the right. Not bad for Moody. Moody will probably stop and turn around, as he does. Takes the cross. Herdiancia's header over the goal. We might have made it free here. And Herdiancia's on a yellow now. So we will tell him to ease off tackles. We do have a replacement on the bench, I think. His name's Isha. Might as well play the other guy there. Who knows? Herdiancia again. Herdiancia past two players. Tabuni and Anshori. Anshori's lob is not bad. Moody, please don't take the shot. He doesn't. Caputro. That's fine. I'm sure he will take the shot. Ah, shit. That's not better. Jardel with a free kick. Will this be intercepted by Harianto? Yes, it is. I think he's instructed to shoot less. Yeah, he's a ball-winning midfielder. Ball-winning midfielders are pre-instructed to basically play no-brainer football. Tackle hard, go all the way in, and don't do anything that is, you know, technically interesting. Just like this one. Moody with the assist. And it's just a plain old through ball. And Jorge Cesar is faster than both of the central defenders. They didn't stand a chance. So Jorge Cesar running from deep is really great in this situation. Look at it. He started being close to Anshori. And now we just pass into space here. Because none of the two is marking him tightly. None of the two manages to close him down. And then he puts it past the keeper. I'm so happy. Hat-trick in 36 minutes. We'll just keep this going. 9.1 rating. This is what this guy is all about. At the age of 32. No. Yeah, that's a good foul. We'll take that. Nice one. Very well intercepted by Steinke. Saragi. Saragi again. Not a bad way to dribble with the ball. Well, it wasn't really a dribble. Ball control, basically. Arianto. Owen. Short distribution, as expected. Steinke, Verdiancia. No through ball coming in. There's Tabuni's pass again. Verdiancia, Steinke, Tabuni with the long ball towards Verdiancia. Easy. Nice play. Verdiancia's cross, Jorge Cesar, and he puts it past the post. Fucking hell. Even the penalty was more difficult, I guess. He used his left foot for some reason. I have no idea why. That's another corner. Arianto. Oh, that would have been on target too. Absolutely dominating Barito Putra. In their stadium. Saputro, well done. Not so well done. Halim's tackle was going somewhere, and this is side netting only. Nice. So we got that. Fine. The Verdiancia situation on a yellow is not that great, but otherwise we are perfectly fine with this game so far, I think. Let's intercept that. Hadi is dangerous on the ball. Gives it back to Chardel, who is a decent crosser. That's not offside yet. Anshori. Crescentio. Saputro doesn't manage to go there. Halim, Hadi again. Don't give him the ball. It's fine, Owen. So, what do we make of this? First of all, it's fantastic. So we'll go with that. Second of all, I think that these guys need to be reminded that there's certain expectations. Maybe only Steinke as well as Laragi. You know, you're new here and so on and so forth, but you need to show something. He's very happy. I'd rather not make them complacent. That said, I think they deserve the praise, right? All three of these. Positively chuffed. Well, that's not inspired or anything. And with these, I think they have some way to go. Everybody's damn happy. I don't see much reason to sub anyone off. I do see a reason to change tactics though. And it will be something that you all enjoy very much. Here we go. Let's try to take the clock down. Another 45 minutes. We are up by 3 goals. It doesn't make sense to go for a fourth. It just doesn't matter. On the other hand, Jorge Cesar has a different opinion on that. And we have a nice free kick situation here. Which is a way for Saragi to show what he can do. Is Saragi not want to take long-range free kicks too? Let's have a look again. He has so many traits. Tries long-range free kicks. We know what's coming up here. Let's see. Maybe he adheres to instructions, maybe not. He took the long-range free kick. To be fair, it would have hit target. So why not? Nothing happening is damn good. Jonas claims the ball again here, after 52 minutes. Can we... Halim wins that header, so we can intercept it. Tabuni loses out here. Hardy skipping through midfield, that's a great situation. Gotta give him that. Shit. So, the problem was Tabuni closing down out on the wing, I think. Yeah, let's see. But that has nothing to do with tactical changes, I think. Well, he plays as an inside forward. But looking at this, Anshor is exhausted, Rudianto is exhausted. So we still have a 2-goal gap. Not that bad. Going down the right is still... I think this is still the thing. Because Rudianto is exhausted, Anshori will not help much. He has to deal with Jorge Cesar anyway, and if Jorge Cesar goes past these two, well, good luck with that. He's not that fast. He's on the yellow, so that doesn't help much. I think we should focus down the right, in fact. And all these 3 players here, this basically was created by Hardy. And we knew from the get-go that Hardy is the problem here. Because he is paired with Tabuni. And Tabuni is not a great defender. And in this case, Tabuni went out and Hardy had a chance to create something. We can have a look at that again. Here we go. So Ferdiancia runs behind Hardy here, because Tabuni went out on the wing. He shouldn't have been there anyway. It's Steintisch's job and nothing would happen. And, well, I think this pass is to be expected in this situation. Granata is a good striker from that perspective. Wasn't offside either. They are still extremely divided apparently for some reason. So once this goes off, we will probably praise him again. Yeah, but Tabuni is... I mean, we can. It's better to... yeah, probably he will... At least he will not drift on the out anymore, right? So... But him There's also a substitute here. Sanchaya came on. Gotta have a look at that immediately. Marking him tightly will not help much. He has low bravery though. You know what? Tabuni's not on a yellow card. Yeah. So I guess I got the reasoning. At least I imagine. But we'll tackle Hardy hard actually. Just because I think he will not enjoy it. And maybe that takes him out of the game. He's a young guy after all. There's also the Forsan Sanchaya situation. He is a decent dribbler. So probably normal tackling on him. He plays short simple passes, but knocks the ball past the opponent. What do we do with this? I guess we close him down. We could also try to mark him tightly, but in this situation I'm not sure if it's worth the effort anymore. On the other hand, Anshori on his heels probably doesn't hurt. I don't think we need a specific instruction for that though. So we can go with tight marking and also closing him down, because I don't want to give him time on the pass, on the ball. And well, he's right-footed, so might as well show him to the left, why not? This is nerve-wracking. We're still in time-wasting mode, by the way. And I think that's still fair. That's not a good pass. Arianto, please don't take a long kick. Yeah, that's fine. Steinke. Steinke trying to come up with a cross. Iravan. Tabuni came. This time, though, he got the ball. Tabuni. Tabuni's ball is damn decent. Moody. Moody Saputro. There would have been a better opportunity. That's offside, isn't it? It is. Double substitution. Let's see. Who came on? That would be John Julianto, which we might remember. There's not much to do for him. He's a really bad passer. I don't know how we dealt with them previously. But he's a reasonably, well, good defender, I think. And another winger. Irman Alfian. He is damn fast. Dribbling is alright, but not great. Bravery is a bit low. Strength is a bit low. He does run with the ball down the left, gets into opposition area, forward whenever possible, and this is basically a forward. He's just running with it. Luckily, his finishing and his finishing is bad, his passing is not great, and he needs to be shown to the outside, I think. So on the outside, he would be forced to deal with his crossing of friggin' 5 points. Hopefully that helps. Steinke, Moody, whatever he's doing over here. Tabuni loses the ball. That's not good. That's not good at all. Granata finds Alfian. He's brand new. Fresh on the pitch. Who is this? Salim. Owen saves though. We could try to go into turtle mode too. And just try to defend our way through this. Chardell is a good crosser, that's dangerous. Alfian, Owen. They do create chances now and we don't. So either we take off the time wasting and go in for another goal, which would definitely settle the affair with the away goals too. Yeah, you know what? Forget about it. They are tired. We'll try to hit them as hard as we can. And given that Ferdiantia as well as Saragi are on a yellow, I think we have the substitutes. I don't know if very wide is a thing. But yeah, exhausting them. And I will sub off 2 players actually. Imbiri will come on and Isha will come on. We'll do it this way. He can take more risks and I think he can shoot more often too. We just need 1 goal. So in this situation I'm going with shooting more often for him. Yeah, they did. So this is why I took time wasting off again. We didn't create anything anymore either. So it's basically a composite approach now. We will bring on Imbiri, who is freaking fast. They cannot sub anyone anymore. So people like Presianto and Yulianto will be faced with Imbiri, who is much faster. I do respect Yulianto as a defender, but to deal with Imbiri is another thing. And there's also the situation that our left side, so this, will be fresh. So Presentio and Yardell are somewhat tired. Not really that tired. But I think for them to encounter 2 fresh players is still bad. It also deals with the yellow card situation. So it's de-risking the status quo of the squad. That makes sense. So that's why I brought these 2 on. Even though Isha has played out of position for like what he's trained for. And I think keeping Jorge Cesar on the pitch in this situation is just... What do I do now? Here, confirm changes, whatever. But working the ball into the box hopefully tires him out. Or we do just that. That's fine too. Now, very wide, I have my problems with from a defensive perspective, I think. On the other hand, that draws them. We'll keep it as it is. Fairly wide should be alright, and they are used to it. So we'll stick to what they are used to now. We don't need to include additional risk, I think, in this situation. Irawan with a free kick. Isha defense. That's fine. Alfian dribbles. Fast of you. Presentio. Jardel, don't let him cross. He does get his cross. God damn it. Irawan. That's not a good header, luckily. So I'll praise the team again. We are still up by 2 goals. Alfian. Yet another cross. This one's claimed by Owen though. I'm also not sure about the ball distribution. Well, yes I am. But this one's shit. Yulianto is a good jumper. Moody... Why, Isha? Why don't you... He didn't even jump for it. Alfian. And that's just a bad finish. We got really lucky there. Sapucho with the throw in. Isha. Sapucho with the cross. Halim's out there. Alright. It's something. The second half is definitely not ours. That said, time's on our side. For now. Anshori. Tabuni. What a pass by Tabuni. Isha muscles through all of them. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, man. Oh man, Isha. How? So, who would be really good here? Steinke has a shitty game, and they subbed on somebody on the right, Iravan. So we'll bring on Arianto. I think. Because these two have a fine game. Arianto will probably be able to deal with it somehow. And, well, I don't think we need to bring on another striker. Or whatever, attacking midfielder. Also don't think that, well, the overlap stuff, it works pretty well with an inverted winger. And Moody is destined to play matches like this, if any at all. And she does perform well. So far. Halim, Imbiri. Halim again. That's not a stupid pass, this is a fantastic pass. I guess that can be considered hoofball. Saputro, Moody. Moody's cross wasn't bad either. Except for it was intercepted, and that's just... no. What the hell? Owen saves. Why, Halim? Let it out. Anshori. This is pure utter madness. Iravan. Well defended. Jardel. Intercepted by Anshori. This is the perfect opportunity. It could have been. Moody. Come on, man. Pick one right decision. That's not a bad one, at least. Imbiri. Imbiri's cross towards Anshori. Aputro. At least we get a corner out of it. And I'm sorry, but I will put on the time wasting again. It's 5 minutes and we are up by 2 goals. We need to be able to make it through. So time wasting, I think, should be a thing here. Moody, Jorge Cesar puts it way over the goal. Jonas takes a long kick. That's not intercepted by Arianto. That pass was visible from a mile ago. From a mile away. Hell. I saw that coming, is what I'm trying to do. What a save by Owen. I know Jorge Cesar had a hat-trick, but to me, Owen so far is probably player of the match. Don't let him shoot. Or pass. Or anything. Oof. This game's really close. Owen, Harianto, Tabuni. Anshori. Decent pass, Moody. Anshori again. It could be offside. It is. 2 minutes to go, plus stoppage time. Injury time, whatever. Tabuni, Imbiri. Imbiri's dribbling. Okay. I guess that's alright. We'll praise him once more. 1.5 minutes to go. I think we can do this. Jardel, Iravan. Jardel with the cross. Don't give him another chance. Come on, we need to make it to the next cup round. Arianto, after Owen, he jumped under the ball. Jardel, Arianto again, Iravan. Yet another cross, Halim intercepts. Imbiri, Jorge Cesar. We can't retain possession anymore. That should settle it. That's it. Now, take your yellow card for wasting time, please, Owen. No, you don't? Okay. Jorge Cesar's header, Moody. Apparently this is not the game yet. Imbiri. Well, he didn't score this time. It's done. We got it. Whew. That was in the end, somebody will look at the scoreline and will say, well, wasn't that close, was it? To me, it was close. Much closer than I wanted. Now, hopefully, in the next round, we will pick a third league team. I will go with this. I think that's a fair assessment. They did well, overall. But we gotta make sure nobody gets complacent. That seems to work fine. And now, this is only league matches. By the way, enjoy your lunch. We deserve it. That's the way it is. I didn't even have a look at the question. We get 20k for this, so that's fine. And we pay per sip next. Play. God fucking damn it. This is horrible. See? This is how cup runs end. On the other hand, we know what's coming for us. And we will probably not get to first or second spot in the league. Gotta find out what these mean anyway. Give me a second. Oh, rules. So third and fourth spot would be Asian Confederation Cup group stage. Wouldn't be bad either, right? Confed Cup in Asia. That said, we have a long way to go until we realize this. Cool. Apparently we had a look at him. Oh yeah, that makes sense. He's destined to go away though. Alright, 3 goals by Jorge Cesar. There's no use praising him because he will be in perfect morale as always. This seems reasonable with the exception of that one. Damn, man. Yet another one of these. So we do get rid of attacking free kicks. And we do include defensive shape training here. And I think the penalties here can go away too. And we need to do a match review here. So there's barely anything that we can do here. This is the worst. What the hell? I guess we will do a review and a preview. And no recovery session whatsoever. Well, because whoever played against Persip will not play against PSPS. That will not happen. Fine. I think so too. With the second half. That wasn't good. The first half was exciting and really great. Second half, that will not stand. That said, we made it to the next round and that is what matters. He's not registered for the league yet. Well, let's change that, won't we? Oh, prepare squad registration. Put him in. Confirm that selection. That should do. Now he's registered. Great. Now we will spend some time on the road, hopefully without an accident. And then we will do PSMS Medan. The next cup matches are a bit away though, so it will take some time until we get there. So, routine coming up. We just need to win this. Easy. I will take a short break. And if you want to grab some food too, or something like Charanella does, feel free to do that right now. Also, fair warning, there might be weird stuff coming up, you know. BRB. Alright. So, after this, at least to me, pretty exciting cup match. That's great, man. I hope you have a good time. I never did something like this. I will probably stick to whatever, journeyman stuff. So, apparently Hermavan improved a little bit. Well, yeah, we played him, so that might have had an impact. In fact, we should probably play him again. Considering Ferdiancia's probably damn tired. It's alright. But, you know, where's the training? Look at this. This will not do. So, we need to rotate heavily. Everybody's on the heavy match load anyway here. We might even switch the keeper. I'm somewhat okay with Owen's performances though. He saved 7 shots. 25 out of 25 passes too. No complaints. What's PSMS anyway? They are 11th in the league. They play a 4-4-2. Muhammad Sandy. Okay. Not much to show for. This guy looks dangerous though. But I think I remember Rumakik. At least from the name. Bami's passing shit. Good jumper though. But he seems rather slow. Izir sadly doesn't. So what we can do is we can try to mark Izir tightly again. And pair him with, well, not Hosher Caesar probably. Should be Isha. And then let Imbiri take the run. That said, Imbiri played last match, so... No. Clearly says here that he will explore his options at the end of the contract. Well, the end of the contract is far away. So whatever by you. If you think that's needed. We brought in a player just to mentor him, and he will leave us. That said, Moody has a good influence on the rest of the squad too. So, whatever. They are well below us in the league and in worse form than ours. That's good. So, they play a Catenaccio style. We play away though. Honest question, do we want to keep the attacking formation going, or do we want to go back to defensive setup? Given that we rotate heavily, probably, and half of our squad will be rubbish. And well, if there's an opportunity to play Wahab at some point, it's probably this match. Or something similar. What's coming up next? Persibaya. Persibaya is damn good. Persipura is not that bad either. 1.5. And then there will be 4 days. Then there's Persibaya, then there's a 2-day gap, and then there's Persipura. To be honest, I think we will just... We will play whoever's available. And try to rotate as much as possible. Because I don't think we will have a choice. Like, obviously we can play players that are on... yeah, I think so too. But I think it will be a squad that consists mainly of replacements and backup players. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. They need to come up with playing time anyway. And this would be an opportunity to play Karef or Wahab. I think in this situation though... yes. So I have my problems with that. For this situation, because first of all, it's an away game. So that wouldn't matter much as long as we played the first team. Or the senior players or whatever. But let's have a look at the setup now. Attacking is not what they are used to. Attacking is not what the opponents are used to. They expect us to play defensively. Not sure what they do now, after what to expect after 2 matches. So I don't know what they expect from us at this point. But there's also the argument that tactical familiarity with attacking style is not that high. It's okay, obviously we just want to win matches with it. But there's a lot of stuff in here that might work with the senior squad, not necessarily with the others. Same can be said about the defensive formation, probably. Isha would be available. We might even be forced to play Ari or one of the youngsters, like Iskander. So, it's tomorrow. Let's skip forward. Abdullah? Abdullah should be available. He has medium match load. Sakipto isn't available though, he's still suspended. To be fair, Sakipto comes back in the match against Persibaya Surabaya, so that's not that bad. Oh, Hidayatullah is out on loan. I'll show you in a second. His name is... It's Hidayatullah with a Y. So maybe it's Hidayatullah, I don't know. I'm obviously not fluent in Indonesian. But anyway, he's out on loan. And he does develop there, so I don't really think it's bad. Let's have a look again. I don't think it's needed. Isha's available, so why not play him? And apparently he's also natural at this point, out here. Hell, he even improves. His determination went up for some reason. It's not a big match, so we can definitely play him. And we need to give him playing time if we want him to develop. We could go with Arido as a Shadow Striker, that's what he trains for anyway. Well, he trains as an attacking midfielder and support, but who cares? So we put that on. Or we just play the youngster. Moody can do Shadow Striker too, sure. But if I compare this to Moody, we'll probably find out that first of all, Moody will be exhausted after the last match. So that won't happen. And second of all, well, I guess Moody is still better, but this is mainly due to pace. Moody's rubbish. It's just the way it is. Also, we can just play Saragi in attacking midfield, right? That's what we brought him in for. Opposition plays a 4-4-2. So going through the middle might be an option too. Like, just the other way, not down the wings. I think they are reasonable, if I'm not mistaken. Damn good positioning and marking. No, never mind. 3 points of jumping reach, so definitely an Isha case. And he has 13 points of jumping reach. So what we can do is we put Isha on his heels. That's a right defender. He doesn't need to be there. Or he shouldn't be in central defense anyway. Maybe somebody got injured. Not sure. If we let Isha man mark this guy, that might not even that might not only end up with some possession being regained. It might also end up with him being able to receive the ball in case of a long ball or in case of crosses. And Sobor sadly is damn fast. But Sobor's positioning and marking is shit. So anyone with good off-the-ball movement will probably have a good time with this guy. Samsul Abidin is not exactly a threat in his creative role, I guess. Has good mentals though, overall. But no good off the ball movement and so on and so forth. I think that's somebody that we can ignore, if not for his defensive performance. But it's probably way better to look at Walsh anyway. You might remember Mr. Walsh. Yeah, and the good part about Mr. Walsh is he cannot track back. He might try, but he's way too slow. So if we have somebody on the pitch that overlaps again on the right wing, that's just as last time. A roaming fullback would be a thing. It's also not a bad idea. That said, there's also the thing that I wanted to loan Ari out, given that we have another... He's not that small. Jumping reach 8 is not great, but something. And he definitely comes with way better traits and way better attributes than Ari. We'll compare this once more. What the hell is Ari? Here. Ari's faster. That was to be expected. No, I don't think we need to play Ari there. Like, I get the reasoning, I'm not sure I want to. I think neither. Let's see. Let's skip forward that one day. But I think it's neither. That said, I will probably take on we might as well play Fozzy again. In defense. It worked pretty well last time out. And I'm actually considering playing Vahab. Just to give him an appearance, so he doesn't start complaining at some point. Abdullah's long throws went up. Oh, yeah. What do we do with an overlapping fullback, that would be Abdullah in this case, that can't cross? Well, he provides width, right? On the other hand... Well... Let's sort this somehow, I guess from the front. We should also probably talk to the players about last match and training performances and stuff. So, Isra's training is fine. He's in perfect morale anyway. No use talking to him. Last match wasn't good enough. He had 9 passes and completed 9 though, so... guess that's something. He played on the wing though, so doesn't matter much. Then... the goalkeeper's choice is interesting, I guess. Usually, you know me at this point, usually I would just play Owen and go, that's fine. But... what playing time did we promise them? He's still delighted with playing time that he's getting. Okay, he's emergency backup. He doesn't expect to play. So we don't need to. Yeah, he's concerned with his playing time. So you know what? We'll play Kareth for a match. Because I don't want him to be concerned with his playing time anymore. Let's give him a match and maybe that helps a little bit. Obviously not a fantastic choice, but whatever. These are all under heavy match load. Kogoya was slightly concerned with his playing time. And I think we played Kogoya last time out too. So that's alright with me. And then we played Fawzi instead of... where is he? Siahan. Because we realized that Siahan is not that good. We'll still have him around here. Sorry. Fawzi, on the other hand, is in perfect morale. Apparently he's the better central defender. He got a 7.6 rating last time out against Persita. So he should do there. No reason not to give him another session on the pitch. Little problems with the tactic though. I'm not sure yet about attacking or defensive tactic. Didn't figure that out yet. On the left, it's probably Arianto's time. Arianto is a reasonable defender. Overlapping for him is probably not a good idea on the left. Form's consistent and consistently bad as far as I'm aware. He does need encouragement, that's for sure. What's with the last match? Mr. Varyudin That's barely anything worth mentioning, is it? He didn't create anything in the last 2 matches though, so I guess we go there. There you go. Easy. I probably should look at Fozzy too. Morale's perfect, so that's fine. Kogoya's morale cannot be perfect. And it cannot improve beyond the current state. He is a fairly consistent performer though, and we want to keep him happy somehow. I still think he might be a reasonable signing at some point. Not sure if I want to. But he comes without major weaknesses, with the exception of the bravery maybe. So he's got that going for him, which is nice. Alright. We did think about putting Arianto onto the pitch. That's just a no-brainer given that Steinke is. Where is he? There. There we load. Celestia versus Fawzi, I think, was in favor of Fawzi, so that's alright. Sukipto's banned. Abdullah, well, it's not like we have another right back, right? So Abdullah will need to play. And now we're getting into the question, do we really want to play Abdullah as an overlapping, attacking wing back? Crossing less often, dribbling less often, and all of that should probably work for him. Well, he can still provide width. The thing is, who will play in front of him? And out on the right, we have 2 inverted wingers. One is injured, one is under heavy duress, and one is Setyavan that needs to play. So once we play Setyavan, an overlapping wing back paired with a winger, I don't like that. If we play the defensive setup though, that doesn't matter much. That said, that will give Walsh time to roam, and I don't like that either. So Walsh is also a really great jumper. We need to keep him away from the goal. Or not a really great jumper, but he's a former striker with Walsh. Here, he's got 13 points of jumping reach. Yeah, but I don't want him to cross at all. That's the thing. What we can do in this situation is we can still try to overlap. Put him on support duty. Because I want him to be... Yeah, crossing less is on. But we can also instruct him to cross from the byline if he does it at all. No, not a byline. Forget. I'm stupid. Cross from deep, obviously. We can instruct him to cross from deep. So... In fact, I don't think that's a good idea. I think I got it right the first time with the byline. Because crossing from the byline basically says he needs to run forward. He does not run with the ball often, so he will probably run without the ball. But that means that Walsh is faced with a decision. Either he tracks back, which is perfect, because he's shit at defending, or he remains up front, which means that Abdullah has time on the ball. So we'll do it like this anyway. I think we'll actually go with on attack duty. I've thought about that, yes. But Nugroho, I mean, look at this. I guess he's paired with Walsh, so pace doesn't matter much. But I don't think we need to play him there. Nugroho, on the other hand, might make an appearance as a playmaker, actually. Because, well, Ramadan would be available. In fact, let's compare the two. That's a really good question. Which of the two is the better playmaker? Ramadan is definitely the worst passer. Yeah, that's not even a contest, is it? It shouldn't be. Well, Nugroho is more of a holding playmaker, if that makes sense. But in an attacking formation, that's alright. I think that's okay. Also, he should probably dribble less. Same as Tabuni. So, what's left? Yeah, sure, we still have the problem with defensive midfield. So either we play Anshori again, which is probably my go-to solution given that there's nobody else available. Or we play Siahan. That's what I thought, yes. He is a decent tackler, he has decent physicals. He's not perfect. I think I'll do it the other way though. We'll play Anshori first. Is today or tomorrow? It's today. It's right now. Even though he's not perfectly fit. Because I want to limit the time of Siahan on the pitch that he needs to play as a ball-winning midfielder. We'll put him on the bench. I would have done it the other way around otherwise. Is there anyone else that can play ball-winning midfielder? Not really. No. And on the left, well, Ferdiancia's on the heavy load, so I guess we go with Hermavan. For me, that's rather easy. Because I'm somewhat fond of the development of Hermavan at this point. He has a lot of positives, apparently. And if we compare him to Ferdiancia, he's not that far off, is he? Hermavan is actually more defensive-minded in a way. It's not a problem. So that leaves us with Saragi in attacking midfield. I don't think we should reinvent the wheel there. We want him to play. Match loads medium. Didn't make 180 minutes, he made 110. Overall risk of injury is increased because, well, he needs sharpness. So let's give him sharpness. We need players that can be subbed on though. So, given that the rest of them is damn tired, we'll bring Owen. Celestio, I'm not sure if we need. But let's look for a second. What happens if we bring along those that are on the light match load? Due to being the right back. Yeah, sure. I think you're right. So we can bring along Ramadan as a playmaker replacement. That makes sense. We do need Saputro, there's just no way around it. We have a defensive midfielder slash central defender. So we got that covered. Now we need a left back. Okay, I guess Steinke comes along too. That covers most of the positions somehow in defensive midfield as well as, defensive midfield as well as defense. And now we need two options up front. So who's available up front? Iskander can play attacking midfielder and that's it. We just didn't get to loan him out. Also, I think he's still mentored by... Mentoring, where is he? Iskander is mentored by Moody. So we put some effort at least into changing his personality for the better, even though he's already fairly pro. But I guess Ari can come along anyway. It's not like we have that many options anymore. Obviously we can bring along Jorge Cesar here. But you know what? He can probably do with a game off. Same as Moody, by the way. He played a lot recently. So I think we bring both. That's maybe not the best setup for a result, but it is probably the best setup for not injuring any one of these. And I will try to not use Saputro and Steinke if it's not absolutely needed. Maybe this works. on anyway. This is all good. Thing is, do we really want to rely on a goalkeeper that might... He won't injure himself. Yeah, that makes sense. So we do not bring along a goalkeeper, and if we need a goalkeeper, well then shit's on fire, whatever. Then somebody else will need to do goalkeeping, all of a sudden. But in general, I think we can go with that, yes. Because if we need Jorge Cesar, well, 10 minutes of fame, that's probably his motto. I don't want to. I guess if we go for performance, sure. But we also go for player development. And Ramadan needs time on the pitch. He has shown that he can develop. I think we can probably show this here. Hopefully I'm not, no. So, it really shows here, as long as we don't play him, there's not much happening. But there's a positive trend here, once we start playing him. And I think this was around the time that we played him too. So, unsurprisingly, he needs time on the pitch. We should probably loan him out. You think he's awful? Well, yes, his passing is shit for a playmaker, that's for sure. 4 appearances so far, 6.8 rating. Where's Tabuni? 13 appearances so far, 6.87 rating. So, barely a difference. Nugro. 7 appearances so far, 6.8 rating. So, I guess I'm not going to elaborate on that. You might have a point. I think, well, I actually think you do have a point. But the choice would be to bring along Tabuni, and I will not risk injuring Tabuni this time. Let's try to give him a rest. Like, a serious rest. We have Ramadan available. We can talk about replacing Ramadan with somebody else until the cows come home, probably, but I don't necessarily disagree. But in this situation, maybe I want to bring him along. I also don't want to, like, I don't want to play Ari either. But he's in the squad. And this is also a way to put him into the shopping window, maybe. Maybe somebody wants to come along and take him in on loan. Okay. Next match. So we play against a 4-4-2. Against a 4-4-2, there's not much reason to play wide, I guess. I think we can play pretty narrow in this situation, going straight through the middle. Let's have a look at their defensive capabilities, though. Maybe I will reconsider. So, Vibowo. That's not a bad winger. Also, defensively, not very good. Setyavan. Good defending. Ibrahim. Shitty defending. Comes deep to get ball. He's the playmaker-ish type. And he's more or less the holding midfielder. And Walsh is shit at defending too. Also slow. You know what? I just reconsidered. Because in this setup, the wide areas should be the ones that are with the worst midfield. From a defensive perspective. So overlapping here will face will serve Walsh with a decision problem. And this guy's dangerous on the attack. But in defense, he's shit. So as long as we have somebody that passes the ball around here, he will probably not get it. Like, he has 17 points of aggression, so that's good for him. But it just means that Ariante needs to be careful, I guess. Maybe cross from deep. Does that anyway. Look at that. I forgot something. Perfect. So he should shoot less often, dribbling less he will not like, cross... Ooh. Do we go with cross more often on 7 points of crossing? Cross less often. How are their central defenders again? He's a shitty jumper. He's alright, but Isha is the better jumper. So we go with more crossing, actually, on him. Just due to the overall situation. So now we have 2 people out on in the wide areas that cross towards Isha, more or less. And we have somebody with a moderately decent long shot here. Do we play for set pieces? Yes, we do. Okay, let's do our position instructions. We'll get this done. Alright, Sandy first. Muhammad Sandy is not a good dribbler, not brave, and he has low strength. If there's a case of hard tackling, it's probably versus him. He's also a decent passer, and we might have a problem marking him tightly or not. Really depends. The off-the-ball movement is alright. Pace and acceleration are somewhat alright. I think we stand a chance of marking him tightly. We should definitely close him down. So we'll try both, actually. That's a rare occasion for me, marking a striker tightly. I don't like that. Because more often than not, they pull the central defender away from their, well, wherever they're placed on the pitch. From their defensive positioning, that's what I was going for. His off-the-ball movement isn't great either. He's damn fast though, so no tight marking for me. His finishing is rubbish, his composure is bad, his dribbling is alright, so we go with normal tackling here. And I think we still trigger the press on him. He is right-footed too. I think we showed him both to the weaker foot. In his case in particular, he likes to run down the right, and what a pity it would be to show him to the left. So that he needs to go through the center of the pitch. Because he doesn't like to take long shots, which is good for him. Bolch. Bolch has very low dribbling and very low strength. Sadly, he's somewhat brave. And he's not prone to being injured. For some reason. But he's one to close down. He cannot run with the ball. His finishing is dangerous, same as his overall mentals. No tight marking on him whatsoever. Like, don't do that. Because if we mark him tightly, he has jumping reach 13. So, that won't work. He's right-footed? He's right-footed. So, once we show him to the left, he's forced to crossing, and he doesn't like that. Ibrahim, that's a lot of instructions, right? Ibrahim is a tolerable passer. Plays 1-2s, comes deep to get ball. That's a playmaker-ish type, and his off-the-ball movement is shit, so we mark him tightly. That would be Sukipto / Anshori's job in this situation. It was Ibrahim, right? Cool. Good luck, Anshori. So he can tight mark Ibrahim and man mark him too. Given the off-the-ball movement, that should probably be worth our time. Problem is, he has decent passing and vision too. That said, he seems to be the defensive option. So, if we nail Tabuni to his feet, it will probably not help much. But it's better than nothing. Yeah, the hard tackling is definitely a good point. And closing him down... His composure is really bad, yes. We'll do that. Oh, he's fickle too. Like, He might just get a yellow card or two. It certainly shows here. He has most red cards, so this is good. Same here. Dribbling and bravery are low, so we can also go with hard tackles here. Problem is, Tabuni's shit at it. So, also he's strong. So, not Tabuni, whoever is on the pitch. Nugro is a good tackler there, forget about it. That's not bad. Congratulations on that, bravo. So much for hoofball. Yeah, but Nugro is not a bad tackler. That's one of the accidental pluses for him. So we'll put him on the heels of Setyavan. No specific instruction to tackle harder at all, in general. Yeah, some could probably do that too, come to think of it. Helan Shori has 7 points of tackling and he tackles hard, so we might as well let Nugro tackle hard. Right. He has 10 points of tackling. Let him go. Kubovo. Right-footed only. Let's show him to the left. Bad passing, bad bravery, sadly reasonable dribbling. And tight marking is probably hard, given his pace. He might outrun the marker. Sobor. No tight marking, let him play through him, I think that's fine. I do not expect much of him. He knocks the ball past the opponent, so winning it back from him might be a thing. And, well, the rest is alright. I guess we go with normal tackling. This is all the colors. Fami. Fami's also one that might lose the ball, that's sad. Let's just never mark him tightly. Because we want him to have the ball. 5 points of passing. No vision whatsoever. Yeah, sure. This is even worse. And I'm loving it. He does knock the ball past the opponent. For a central defender, this is a rubbish move to possess. So we trigger the press on him. We never mark him tightly, though. But what we can do is we man-mark him. So that's a weird combination. We set up Isha to go after Chanua Putra. If I can find him. There he is. So we instruct Isha not to mark him tightly, but to be aware that he needs to press him. Well, but his bravery and strength are somewhat alright. And Isha's tackling is shit. Alright, you have a point. Yeah, he will probably lose the ball most of the times. And Jidan again, well, in this case, the passing is somewhat dangerous, so we try to show him onto the left. Off the ball movement's shit, and the rest of it is too. So we can actually mark him tightly. We want this guy to be taken out of the game. That said, similarly here, he knocks the ball past the opponent, so we can also trigger the press on him. And in case of the keeper, I do not think I can think of anything. He's really weak. Bravery is okay though, so no hard tackles on him. Doesn't make much sense. Closing him down, I don't know. Kicking is bad, throwing is a little bit better. He has a weak foot. That's the wrong one. Let's go with this. Any other ideas? No? Alright. So, that should do. He's short, you're right. Aerial reach is bad, communication is bad. So, floated crosses in case. Sure. Isha's jumping's way better. So, you have a point. Floated crosses it is. Alright. Let's go. I will need to replace the water first though. BRB. And then we'll go to the match. So this is a chance for the other players to show what they can do. Let's do this. Vayan Isha is confused because Digitabuni isn't picked. Cool. You know, sometimes you gotta do the captaincy yourselves. Isha starts, and because he's happy, I'm happy. Can't believe Anshori is starting today, he looks shattered. Yeah, well, could be worse. I think we'll be... This is an away game too. Okay, cool. That was too much. So we'll go with encouragement instead. That's better. Saragi is missing a relationship. What do you attribute your recent good away run to? Probably winning games, man. Probably winning games. Sure. And apparently Aldo Rice is overachieving, that's okay. I don't care. Apparently we are favoring possession-based football. Okay. Well, we'll break him down with an overlap and... I don't know. There we go. PSMS. Not the worst opponent to face, but certainly not the easiest one. This is us. And more or less youngsters and 23-year-olds. Madura and Persip basically won every single game. Isha opens up the game. Nugro opens up. I don't know, it commenced, whatever. Anshori, Kogoya, Abdullah. Kogoya again. So they seem to push up really high though. Nugro, Anshori, Kogoya. Nugro. And Kogoya again. There will be a lot of passing for the central defenders apparently. Isha, Nugro, Anshori. A lot of passing in midfield here. Walsh with a free kick. Karev with a nice save. Come on guys, he can do better than this. Fatur Rohman, I think. Sabor. That's well defended by Isha. Himavan. Chidan. Janua Putra, and that should be easy to claim. Looked a bit close for what the hell, Karev? Did we tell you to, in fact, that he might have a point? In transition, we roll the ball out. But that's rubbish. Because Isha's up front, and Isha is the tallest of the three. In comparison to the central defenders, he should stand a chance there. So... Chidan takes a cross. Arianto... Himavan doesn't win the header. Arianto again. Isha... For Saragi. Decent pass. Isha, Anshori. Not bad. Setyavan. That's not an overlap. Doesn't matter. Fucking hell. Whew. That was the best chance of the game so far. Well intercepted. Anshori seems to be on his own again. Setyavan. This time there's an overlap for Abdullah. It's a bit weird for him running with the ball with 3 points of dribbling. That was a cross. So, we got a corner. Taken by Arianto on the right. Hisha doesn't jump. Abdullah. Fawzi, Abdullah again. Nugro. Not bad. And another corner. Another corner. What's with Karif? He's frustrated by the encouragement. Are you kidding me? Rianto takes the corner. That's not good. Well, we retain possession, at least. Hermavan still. Ballsy. Arianto. Nugro. Arianto again. Runs wide. Arianto. Will there be a cross? Yes, and not a bad idea. They seem to be... well, we seem to be well in control of the ball, but that's about it. Yet another free kick taken by Walsh. Pair of saves again. I'm actually thinking we should work the ball into the box. We seem to have a lot of control within their area. So let's try to tire him out. Saragi. That's not bad. That's not working the ball into the box though. Abdullah. Setyavan. Abdullah again. Anshori. Saragi. What a... that wasn't a bad shot. It was a great save. What a reflex. Arianto gets intercepted prior to hitting Isha's head. Irmavan hits a defender. Ballsy. Nugro. You are a reasonable passer. There's just nobody else around. Nugro again. Ballsy. Nice choice. Anshori. Nugro. That's not good. Nugro wins the ball back. Nice. Anshori again. Ballsy. Arianto. Arianto with the cross. Alright. And I want to demand more here. I'll go with encouraging again, even if Karef doesn't like it. This time he doesn't care. Well, I guess that's a plus. Saragi's corner is not bad. It's another one. Come on guys, we only need one goal. Saragi. Nope. And we get another throw in. Arianto, Nugro, not a bad pass. Isha. Well. Fami. That should be easy. Please don't put it out. Pogoya for Karef. Pogoya's on a yellow card. We should probably tell him to ease off tackles in this situation. Be done. Hermavan. Nice one. Arianto. Nugro. Isha. Anshori. Setyavan. Nice overlap by Abdullah. Abdullah. Pass it. Oh. And that's a corner. Could have been a penalty. If only Saragi would have been a little bit faster. Arianto takes the corner. Saragi again. Abdullah. Don't lose the ball. Kogoya. Onshori. Ozzy. Lobbed forward towards Isha. Well, to be fair, precision wasn't that bad. Isha just didn't move. And now... Ozzy intercepts pretty damn good. Onshori. Oh no. That was bad though. And this is a good pass. It's offside. Woo! We got damn lucky there. Arianto for Setyavan. Setyavan, Nugroho. Still, what the hell? Fozzy. Kogoya out on the wing. Fozzy. Nugroho. And Fozzy. The lineup is slightly out of position, I would argue. That one though, that was good. Isha's shot is past the post. Saragi. He hit the net of the goal, just from the wrong side. That said, it was a reasonable free kick. Not that bad. He'll start taking his chances at some point. And that will be yet another corner. Why is he? He's apprehensive, okay. You can do this, guys. Apparently didn't work for him. Abdullah with a second attempt. Sobor. That will probably end up with Arianto again. Or not. Ends up in touch though. So it looks like we're well in control of the game. 70% possession. The kind of blue is a little bit wrong apparently, but otherwise... Setyavan. It's probably the most possession we ever had. Onshori. Don't do anything stupid, man. In particular, not twice. Kogoya. Chidan. Get another long ball. Kogoya's asleep. What's going on? Sandy, and that's easy for Karif. They have a free kick. Batu Rohman. Intercepted. Sandy. Get the ball. Like this. Saragi. Isha. He can play difficult passes. He chose the wrong one apparently. Hermavan. Hermavan. Saragi. Walsh. Wow. That was really dangerous. Nugro on a yellow card now, so I guess he needs to ease off tackles. That was part of the concept there. Haji. I don't like us collecting yellow cards either. And Kogoya needs to come off. Same as Anshori though, so we need to come up with a creative solution. We might play Saputra and put Abdullah in defensive midfield. That's not bad. The Ragi's got the ball. Come on, man. Go! Go! That's not going. Did another tackle. Hermavan. Setyavan out on the right wing. Setyavan, Abdullah with the cross, Hermavan, Setyavan again, it's a penalty. That's just what we needed. Now we can force this thing open. Come on. Just put it in, whoever you are. It's probably Isha. It's Isha. Cool. We'll have a corner. Shit. Arianto. Nope. We do have way more chances and better chances though. Ozzy. Arianto. Get rid of the ball. Ozzy's long ball. Well, the intent was nice. Abdullah. Anshori. Nice pass by Anshori for Abdullah. And we just get another corner. Come on, guys. Last chance. Otherwise, it will be a draw at halftime, and I hate draws at halftime. I want to be up by 1 goal. Arianto. Nope. The goalkeeper claims the ball. Okay, so we need to change some things, I guess. That'll be a bit much. But we need to come up with some stuff. So, Kogoya doesn't perform well, and I think he's a risk. Either we let him play through, but given that he's apprehensive, and also on a yellow, I don't want to. So, I guess that makes me play Siahan. The returnality needs to come on. And then, the Anshori situation is concerning too. He actually recovered a little bit, so we can keep him on for another 5 minutes or 10. There's also the thing with Nugro. I think for Nugro, we could bring on Ramadan. But the thing is, if I bring on Ramadan now and substitute Anshori in 5 minutes, then that's the last sub. So I think we'll need to risk it. With the yellow card as well as with him being really tired. And that said, it shows. He had a few lapses in concentration today. And susceptibility to injury is above average with him, so not good. Don't like it. I think we'll encourage the team. Let's have a look. There he is. His aggression is 10. His anticipation, which matters too with tackling and so on, is also 10. Concentration is really low. I'm not sure if concentration is needed in a defensive circumstance though. Not sure if this is not an attacking attribute. I think it is. His decision making is rather good, so I think concentration was going forward more often than not. I'm not sure. Yeah, but he uses off tackles already. We did that, so that would be fine. So what will we tell them? Everybody on a 6.7 and below, no. We'll go with the 6.8s too. We'll tell them it's not good enough. I think that's true. That worked. And in the case of, well, I forgot about Nugro. But some motivation on all of them is probably a good thing. Fuck, I forgot the player that came on. Siahan. He looks motivated and wants to make a difference there, so whatever. So he has bad attributes, hopefully it doesn't show today. For me, it does show, does it? It does show immediately. It does show within 30 seconds. So we need Saputro anyway, but let's give him 5 minutes. Isha, that's well done. Arianto. Fawzi. Nugro. Arianto again. Nah. Manshori can't play central defender. Siahan's core position is central defender, even though he's not great at it. Walsh doesn't win the header versus Abdullah. That's well blocked. Setyavan. No, but I think taking Anshori off is a thing. And Abdullah can move forward and we need Saputro anyway. So we'll bring him on. Switch these two. He can cross more often, shoot less often and take fewer risks. I think that sounds fine. And well, he crosses from byline, so alright. Get out there, man. I know he's under heavy match load, but we need him for an additional 40 minutes. So we'll have the same circumstances next time out. Walsh's free kick is dangerous. And I think I will take off work ball into the box at this point. We don't create much. We need some additional penetration or something. Sobor Setyavan. So far so good. Saputro Abdullah. Nugro Abdullah again. Saputro, come on, take the cross. Well, that was bad. Setyavan. Setyavan with the cross, oh man. Maybe floating them isn't a good idea either. Although it should be, given their attributes. That's another cross. Another corner. Now he's aggressive. Well, being aggressive is way better than being apprehensive, I guess. Alright. Arianto takes the corner. Saragi. Setyavan. Seriously. Well done. Also well done. Siahan's header is fine. Saragi. And nothing. He just seems to be tired now. What's going on with him? He's frustrated by being encouraged. Well, sir, I wouldn't need to encourage you if you had done your job with the penalty. Nugroho. Saragi cuts back inside. Nice pass for Setyavan. I don't know what to say. Walsh's long shot. That will go out for a corner, won't it? Yeah. I think so too. I had a thought. But I'm willing to wait for another 5 minutes. But Isha's tired too. And I'm glad that we brought him along. They get a penalty too. For what? Siahan is responsible. Alright. So, you had it right. Walsh will definitely get that one into the back of the net. Hit. Alright. That's it. So, I guess we need Jorge Cesar. Bye, Isha. Thanks for joining in. More of the same. That's what I want, that's true. And we will start with the berating immediately. Go! They made a substitution. Octaviancia. 14 points of passing. Right, Mark. And also tackle him damn hard, please. I think Siaham needs to be loaned out in this situation. Abdullah. Well, whatever that was, there was an intention. Somewhere. Karev with a long ball in Hermavan's direction, who does win the header, and that's about it. Nugro, nice. Jorge Cesar. Zaragi. Come on, man. Why would you take the shot from there? They love being berated now. Karev's game could be better too. On the other hand, what do I expect? Sobor should have brought Owen, right? Siahan and Harianto. Getting confused. Hermavan. That's alright. Harianto. Harianto with a cross from deep towards Hermavan. That should be... Oh, come on, Hermavan. He put it straight to the opponent. At least it's a corner. Saragi. Siahan. Jidan. We need 2 goals. Saragi, Jorge Cesar would have been on target. Would have been, could have been, should have been. We had the first penalty of the match too. Saragi again. Setyavan, please don't lose the ball. Setyavan with a cross. Jorge Cesar with a header. He created a chance. Oh, it's Setyavan, not Siahan. That makes sense. Sobor, we subbed all 3, right? Yeah, we subbed all 3. Ibrahim, Sobor with a cross from deep, that's dangerous. Saputro. Setyavan. That's offside, isn't it? Go! You lazy fucks. To be honest, I think they tried. They just weren't very successful. Saragi loses the ball. Saragi loses the ball again. Siahan. Saputro. Siahan. That's a decent pass for Arianto. Nice. Hermavan. Just knock it ball past the opponent. Or whatever. Knock it into the penalty area. That's fine too. Could have done that all game. Siahan gets a yellow. Setyavan. Setjavan. Zaputro, yeah, that's better, but it might still be offside. It is. I'm not sure if the overlapping is a good idea against this formation. Didn't work so far. Might have to do with their condition though. Siahan. Zaputro, that's well defended this time. Overall, it was like expected goal says it was the match was even. I don't know what to say though about the fact that we didn't take the chances. Apparently we need Jorge Cesar for everything. Nice. One. It just feels like everything is slow today. Saragi, that's not bad. And it's another corner. Yeah, true. That's entirely true. Saragi, Jorge Cesar. Keeper saves. To be fair, I'm not sure if the other central defender would have done better. Who did I take off? You know, the Loney. Saragi. Jorge Cesar doesn't jump this time. Arianto. Ballsy. Arianto. Players are pushed forward, nothing happens. Ballsy, Nugro. Ballsy again. Yet another long ball. Chidan. Bachi. That's okay. Nugro, Saragi. Yeah. Probably. That's the last free kick of the match. Would have been on target too. Goalkeeper had a great game, by the way. Gotta give him that. I'm not sure. Where is Ten Hag? Are we talking in real life or are we talking in your safe? Isha didn't perform at all. I guess that was prone to happen. Okay. Well. Okay. I'm not sure, man. Where are they right now? I don't see a problem. Manchester United are 8th. For them, that's rather good, isn't it? Isn't Manchester United known for wasting money without performance? This is basically what they do for a living. So why should they be annoyed by their manager? Well, it's Man U. I don't know. I probably shouldn't judge. Really. It's not like I understand anything of English football in general. Yeah, well, but spending money doesn't necessarily translate to performance, right? So, whatever. You need to spend the money on the right stuff. Alright. So we lost. The Caesar's going down and PSIS skips past us. Shit. We should have left Kogoya on the pitch. On the other hand, that would have seen us with a draw max. And his performance was shit. Like, we took him off after 45 minutes because, well, he was on a 6.5 rating and had a yellow card. So, I'm not sure. For obvious reasons, I'm not happy with having Siahan on the pitch last time out. Yeah, well, in that case, it's money well spent, isn't it? Couldn't have phrased it any better. We'll leave it at that. Well, not yet. I don't think he did particularly well. So we'll criticize him immediately. Next. Abdullah. I think Abdullah's performance overall was really bad. Didn't contribute much. Yeah, and in particular defensively. Like, he had 4 interceptions, sure. But otherwise... Exactly that one. That's just no good. 6.2 rating, I hope I did give him an official warning. I might have overlooked that. This is bad, and he should feel bad. Cool. He'll do better next time, he says. Well, if there is a next time. Falsey, 6.4. I guess in comparison to the rest, that's somewhat decent. Really? Alright. I need to do this. Might be shown on camera. Sorry, internet. Oh. I would bring the barbell over, but there's not enough space here. So, no lifting in front of the camera, sorry. Oh. Could use the black roll, maybe. No affiliation with the company. Alright, hope that marks that as completed. Well, thank you very much for doing that to me. I can probably use that, yes. So, what do we do with Falsey? I guess we criticize the defending too. Fair enough, he says. Alright. Arianto? Let me guess, no chances created whatsoever, 6.1 rating. Yeah, I know the feeling. I went back into lifting like a few weeks ago. After a break of months. Years, maybe. Yeah, and it certainly doesn't show, but I lifted a lot. Not very heavily, but a lot for, like, I don't know, a decade. Just to keep myself in shape, somewhat. Yeah, and well, I guess with moving and all, I didn't find the right spot to do it. Like, place within the apartment, but also in time-wise. Yeah, but consistency is key in lifting. Like, I guess with any sports. If you do it on a professional level, it's not healthy anymore. Like, professional football is not a healthy profession. Nobody can tell me that. They are absolutely wasted after their careers. I think it was Christian Gentner, a former Stuttgart player, that once said, if you come out of training and you don't hurt somewhere, you're doing it wrong in professional football. Something has to hurt. So there's that. But in lifting in particular, if you overdo it, you are prone to injure yourself. And these injuries will not only hurt because they're injuries, they will set you back so far. Because you need to redo all of the stuff all over again and reduce weights to get where you started. So it's way better to reduce weights from the get-go and be cautious with it. Progressive overload is a thing, yes, but don't overdo it. And if you're tired and don't feel well, that's fine. Just keep it consistent. So that's what I'm trying to do now, right? That's it. You know. I had a look into this with the amount of reps and stuff. So it's basically an optimization problem, right? So let me. I think I can phrase this. If you do heavy weights and low reps, and for some reason you misjudge something, sure, but that should probably imply that you should try to get some, right? So I guess the risk to the severity of injury with very heavy weights is way higher than with lighter weights. Depending, because relative to what your body composition is, obviously. So, no, I don't think that's true. And I can, at least I can argue about it. Obviously, I'm not a medical professional, and neither am I a sports scientist and whatever. But as far as I'm aware, muscle growth is hormonally triggered. So first and foremost, it should be the entire body that is involved. So don't do isolated lifts, like don't do curls or something. That doesn't produce much. Do a deadlift instead, or whatever. Do a bench press, something that includes the entire body. And from there, it does not matter much if you do a little less weight and a repetition more, or if you do more weight and less repetitions. It only matters from the risk perspective. Because in the end, you train to failure. That's good. I do the same. And it certainly helps to be able to do that, because then you can lift everywhere, right? Deadlifts are nice. I also so you gotta be careful with that, but like, I'm not a proponent of CrossFit in general, okay? But there is stuff that is included in CrossFit sometimes that can be reasonable. For example, I personally do bear complex. So that's basically a clean and jerk, and then you do a front squat, you do an overhead press, you do a back squat. But you do it with really, really tiny weights. Like in CrossFit, they do it with all kinds of high weights. But I would argue do it with really low weights, and it's great exercise for stamina. And you don't have to move a single step. But it's really, really hard, just like burpees. So if you want to do, and this includes the entire body. I would show you if the camera, well, I don't want to show you the rest of the room. Well, overhead press, though, is one of those things that is really prone to injure you. Because I think the argument goes, the shoulder is placed into the socket like this. So an overhead press is like this. So the weight is not straight into the socket. And that's dangerous. It's hard on the shoulder. So from that perspective, don't do overhead press with heavy weights. It's just not a useful training exercise. And you are very prone to injure your shoulders with this, mechanically speaking. Of course, you can do an overhead press from time to time, but in case you feel only slightly off, don't do it. And that's the other thing. If you do 50 repetitions with low weights, you will hurt yourself in another manner. Just like the people that run, I don't know, 40 kilometers a day. That's not healthy either. So try to find a sweet spot, I guess. Yeah, also my advice was not wanted, but whatever. Too late. Sorry, man. And I think most people figured it out by themselves, like what they can do and so on and so forth. And usually they injure themselves, and hopefully not that hard. But it's certainly worth the effort to go into lifting at some point, but not due to wanting to lift 150 kilograms or whatever it is in pounds. Just for general health and being able to do stuff, around the house and so on and so forth. I think that's reason enough. All right. What time is it at your place? Because over here, it's 30 minutes until midnight. And I started the day at 5:30 a.m., not p.m. So even though I took a nap, I think I'm done. Also, I probably want to do an additional stream tomorrow if I can get to it. I should have the time. That's not a promise, but it's likely. So in the morning though, most likely. Not sure. Late morning. My shoulders never grew. 10:30 p.m. Alright, true. So that's British time, right? So I guess you won't be too disappointed. Anyway, I don't know, my shoulders don't grow at all. Like, it shows at some point, but it's not like other people have, like, these shoulders. You can forget that with me. I'm just thin in some areas. Yeah. So I guess Germany's another time zone now, given that we switched time zones recently. We were in that time zone, and then we I don't know. Or was it the other way around? Forget about it. I think is Germany now GMT +1? Does that make sense? Yeah, it's GMT +1 right now, and we were GMT +2 or something like this. As hopefully daylight savings time goes away at some point. It might take another 100 years though. But I did want to wrap up the stream, by the way. So let's do that instead. Thank you very much for watching, all of you, actually. And I hope to see you again, most likely tomorrow. Yeah, ours too. Ours too. So we got that in common at least. That was nice. An additional hour of sleep. Well, where was I? I wanted to thank you for watching. And I also wanted to thank, in particular, for all of the tactical advice. Didn't go all the way as well as I wanted it to. On the other hand, what's a league match anyway? And we did win against Barito Putra, and that's the important one. So now we will get devastated by Persip in the future, but whatever, it's something. Yeah. In case of Bravo, I hope you sleep well, and in case of the rest... that too. In case of Sharon, I'll probably have a nice day, as far as I'm aware. And who else was around? Tidong. I will just call you Tidong, because I cannot pronounce the rest. Thank you very much for watching too. I will probably continue tomorrow, and then on Monday, next regular stream. Also, thanks for clipping that one easy goal. So, see you all, hopefully pretty soon. And thanks again. Bye.